Hey guys, tonight we settle into something quiet, heavy, and historically unfortunate. So go ahead, dim the lights, flop onto whatever surface is currently pretending to be a mattress, and let your brain slide gently into that soft, mushy pre-sleep fog. Because tonight we drift back to the year 1347, a year that Europe remembered, mostly because it wished it could forget. It's the night the plague arrived. And yes, it arrives by ship because, of course, it does. Nothing good ever sails dramatically into a harbor at sunset. It's always doom, taxes, or, in this case, a floating disease box crewed by the already dead. So take a deep breath and let's float quietly into Messina. Messina, Sicily, a warm coastal city where people were absolutely not expecting their entire existence to collapse that week. The port usually smelled like fish, warm bread, and the occasional overconfident fishmonger yelling at someone for absolutely no reason. You know, typical medieval ambiance. But on this particular afternoon, something new drifted toward the docks. 12 Genoese trading ships. 12. Because apparently one ship of misery wasn't enough, why not send a whole dozen? Europe likes to comment. The townspeople squinted across the water, expecting the usual scene. Tired sailors staggering around, unloading spices, shouting about tariffs, and complaining about the Black Sea like it personally offended them. Instead, nothing. The ships just floated. Quiet. Still. Like they were trying very hard to give everyone a hint, hey, maybe don't come close. But of course, humans have never once taken a hint in the history of hints.
So, naturally, people approached. And what they found was probably the fastest way to kill a medieval mood. Most of the sailors were already dead, sprawled across the deck like abandoned laundry. The few left alive were clinging to consciousness with the determination of a toddler refusing bedtime. Their skin was sickly pale, their eyes glassy, and across their bodies, huge, black, swollen boils, the kind that scream, "Please maintain a 3-mile distance." The locals stared in horror, which is honestly the only correct reaction when someone arrives at your workplace covered in buboes the size of grapes. A few men on shore started yelling to the harbor authorities, because every city has at least one guy who thinks yelling at authority figures will magically fix everything. But even the authorities, upon seeing the state of the ships, basically said, "Nope. Absolutely not. Push them back, away, far away, off you go." The order was clear. Get these death ships out of the harbor, immediately. Which is probably the most sensible decision a medieval official ever made. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Because while the people of Messina were busy panicking, gagging, crossing themselves, and wondering why God hated them, dozens of tiny, uninvited passengers were already making their way onto the docks.
Black rats, the original historical villains.
scurrying off the ships, doing their little rat errands, completely unaware that they were carrying fleas loaded with one of the most catastrophic diseases in human history. It wasn't loud. It wasn't dramatic. It wasn't cinematic. It was just quiet, soft, invisible. Exactly the kind of disaster that sneaks in while everyone is still trying to process what they're looking at. Within hours, the first people in Messina began to feel off, a little feverish, a little weak, maybe some chills. Medieval people always had chills. Drafty houses, damp clothing, zero understanding of insulation, so no one panicked at first. But then the swelling started. Lumps under the arms, boils in the groin, pulsing, throbbing, angry little spheres of doom. And in true medieval fashion, people reacted with a mix of confusion and unhelpful superstition.
Some blamed the sailors. Some blamed foreigners. Some blamed the weather. One guy probably blamed his neighbor's goat. Medieval people loved blaming goats. Before long, Messina was a disaster zone. Families locked themselves indoors. Merchants fled. Priests shouted prayers in the streets with the tone of a man realizing he definitely did not get paid enough for this job. And doctors, well, medieval doctors were basically doing improv comedy with herbs, so they weren't much help. Word spread fast. Messina sent urgent messages to nearby towns. Hey, we have a situation, but in less polite medieval phrasing. The problem? Every city reacted the same way. Oh no, sounds terrible. Anyway, don't come here. Some closed their gates, some barricaded roads. Some tossed burning torches at approaching travelers, which honestly says a lot about medieval hospitality. But Messina couldn't just sit there. People fled in every direction, because when your city suddenly becomes a plague piñata, the natural instinct is to run. Preferably very far, preferably somewhere where the rats do not look at you suspiciously. And so, unintentionally, the citizens of Messina carried the plague with them.
Once the plague had quietly slipped off the ships and on to the docks of Messina, it didn't wait politely. It didn't knock or send an RSVP. It simply began its work, invisible, patient, and tireless. Fleas hopped from rat to rat, and humans, entirely oblivious to microscopic doom, carried them far and wide. The city, initially chaotic from the arrival of the so-called death ships, quickly became a pattern repeated across the Mediterranean. Traders, fleeing the port with whatever coin and goods they could grab, spread the disease south toward Palermo, east to Naples, and west toward Genoa. Every traveler was an unwitting ambassador of pestilence. No one planned it, no one asked for it, and certainly no one considered that their inability to maintain personal hygiene or wash clothes regularly would make them infamous in history books centuries later.
North, south, across the sea, wherever humans went, the fleas followed, hitching rides like unwanted passengers on a very unfortunate road trip. Within weeks, the disease had spread to Catania, Palermo, Naples, Genoa, Venice, and then mainland Europe. Cities that still had no idea what was coming. Some cities tried setting up
health checkpoints, which sounds impressive until you remember medieval health officers were basically dudes with sticks yelling, "You look sick, turn around." Others tried burning aromatic herbs, because nothing says effective public health strategy like waving rosemary at the apocalypse. And yet, everywhere, the pattern repeated. Sailor arrives, rat arrives, flea arrives, city collapses. Sometimes the ships arrived with a few survivors, desperately begging for food, water, or help. And sometimes the ships arrived with no one, just silence, ropes creaking, sails fluttering, a ghost ship drifting toward the docks like a final warning. People opened the hulls and found nothing but bodies, stacked, slumped, forgotten. Men who'd once been laughing, fighting, drinking, overpaying for spice shipments, now lying silently together in the belly of a ship that had become a floating coffin. And yet even those ships were still dangerous. The rats lived, the fleas lived, and Europe, well, Europe was about to have a really bad decade. What makes the arrival in Messina so eerie is that nobody realized, in that moment, that they were standing at the threshold of one of the greatest demographic disasters in human history. All they saw were 6 sailors, a few dying neighbors, some rats that looked slightly too energetic for comfort. They didn't know that 1/3 to half of Europe would vanish. Whole villages would empty, fields would rot, lords would die, priests would die, kings would panic, and society would shake so hard it would never fully return to its old shape. But at this early moment, it was just confusion. People whispered, "Is it a curse? Is it the end times? Did someone anger God?" And in fairness, medieval Europe was always angering God, so the confusion was understandable. Sailors who managed to survive long enough to speak told horrifying stories from the Black Sea. How the illness had begun months before, how crews had watched friends fall sick in hours, how bodies were tossed overboard daily until there weren't enough men left to do even that. And yet, even as the sickness crawled its way through Sicily, many Europeans shrugged it off. "That's Sicily," they said. "Far away, hot climate. Probably their food went bad."
Medieval Europe was practically built on denial. And unfortunately, denial doesn't stop pandemics. It just gives them a head start. Within weeks, Venetian merchants unknowingly brought the plague north. Genoese merchants sailed west. Travelers carried it inland. Fleas hopped from rats to bedding to clothing to blankets to humans who had absolutely no concept of personal hygiene and believed bathing too often weakened the body, which was an interesting take. And so, even while Messina's health officials were yelling, "No more ships, no more traders, no visitors," the disease had already passed them by, moving silently up and down the Mediterranean like a dark tide. As cities fell, rumors spread. Some said the sailors had been cursed by demons. Some said a star had exploded in the sky.
Some said foreign merchants brought poisoned goods. And somewhere, someone definitely blamed astrology, because medieval people adored blaming astrology. Meanwhile, rats continued their regular rat business, blissfully unaware that historians would one day blame everything on them. Back in Messina, life deteriorated quickly. Families piled their dead at the doors. Church bells rang so constantly they were basically the medieval version of a car alarm. People wrapped their faces in cloth soaked in vinegar, which did absolutely nothing except make them smell like a salad. Doctors walked around holding long, beak-like masks stuffed with herbs, not because they understood germs, but because they believed disease traveled through evil air. To be fair, the air around plague victims probably did smell evil, so they weren't entirely wrong. The city's leadership fell apart. Half fled, half died. The rest stood around yelling instructions that no one followed. And yet, even as Messina descended into chaos, people still gathered at the docks, staring out at the water, remembering the moment the ships arrived. Those 12 Genoese ships, silent, still, unmoving. Europe didn't know it then, but that moment, that simple, eerie, quiet moment, was the turning of the age. A slow unraveling, a soft, unstoppable collapse, the beginning of a century reshaped by loss. But for now, we stay here in Messina, drifting gently at the edge of disaster, letting the waves rock softly beneath us. Because this is only the beginning, and in part 2 we follow the disease through Europe, on ships, on roads, inside markets, through noble households, through peasant cottages, everywhere. Float with me there soon.
Physicians arrived in droves, or at least as many physicians as a 14th century town could manage. Clad in bird-like masks filled with herbs, they walked slowly through streets littered with the sick, attempting to reason with the illness. Herbs stuffed into the beaks were meant to purify the air, and occasionally they probably made the wearers feel like they were making a real difference. In reality, they achieved little more than an aromatic confidence boost. Sometimes they would consult their grimoires, muttering words that probably made sense to no one except the rats and fleas. The townsfolk took notes, watched, and occasionally whispered about the strange habit of standing behind a long wooden stick to measure pulses from a safe distance. Doctors of the era, as it turns out, were equal parts theatrics and limited knowledge, and both qualities were of little help against a bacterium riding the backs of fleas. Outside Messina, the plague traveled at its own relentless pace. Ships continued their regular duties, transporting goods, merchants, and occasionally desperate nobles, unaware that every plank, every rope, and every crate might be carrying an invisible enemy. Fleas, after all, did not read shipping manifests. They did not care if a nobleman had a particularly nice tunic or if a basket of figs was imported from the Black Sea. Their sole objective was a warm body, and Europe, unfortunately, provided a staggering abundance of those. Rats found their way into homes, barns, and storage cellars, often accompanied by fleas who had mastered the art of inconspicuous infiltration. A rat hopping into a merchant's granary might seem trivial, but one or two fleas after, a household could be teetering on the edge of catastrophe.
The psychological impact was subtle, but cumulative. Townspeople began to notice that neighbors disappeared overnight. Fathers, mothers, children, gone, sometimes leaving only a hastily scrawled note or a door barricade. The few who remained alive were often terrified into isolation, barely speaking for fear that conversation might somehow carry the invisible assailant. Markets grew quiet. Trade slowed. Church attendance initially spiked because in times of catastrophe, humans tend to seek divine approval. But soon, even prayers faltered. No one had the energy, and frankly, nobody wanted to breathe in the same air as the priest. Funerals became mechanical, almost perfunctory, with bodies bundled and burned or buried hastily, an economy of despair and efficiency emerging in real time. By the time the plague reached northern Italy, cities such as Florence, Venice, and Genoa began to see patterns they could not ignore. Merchants traveling along the Ligurian coast carried infected fabrics and coins. Fleas jumped from rats hidden in cargo to the humans handling it. Venice, in particular, with its intricate network of canals and tight, densely packed housing, proved to be an ideal environment. The waters might have been clean, sometimes, but the close proximity of homes and the absence of any understanding of sanitation meant that the disease had an easy path to hop from house to house, person to person. The canals themselves became silent witnesses to an invisible killer. Gondolas glided past homes where the streets behind them were empty of life. The plague moved methodically. Cities were its chessboard. Humans, predictably, were poor players. When warnings arrived from affected towns, many chose to ignore them. Merchants did not want to lose business. Nobles were loath to abandon estates. Peasants had little choice, as their livelihoods depended on walking the same paths every day, and so the contagion moved with the precision of inevitability.
Alongside the physical spread, the social fabric began to unravel. Families that might once have depended on each other turned inward. Parents abandoned children, sometimes leaving them to fend for themselves or die quietly in the corner of a room. Neighbors suspected neighbors. Superstitions multiplied. Some communities tried to explain the calamity through astrology. Others blamed foreigners or wandering beggars. One popular theory, which seems particularly grimly humorous in retrospect, involved the stars aligning in a particularly unfavorable formation, causing the air itself to turn poisonous. Herbs, incense, and elaborate concoctions were consumed and applied with fervent hope, accomplishing nothing other than the creation of a strong vinegar scent that covered the stench of death. In the noble houses of Europe, the plague was no less disruptive, though it played out differently. Lords and ladies, already accustomed to a life of extravagance, found themselves powerless. They could close gates, restrict entry, and call on guards, but disease does not respect social status. Servants carrying food, wet nurses tending to children, and even the occasional pet could act as vectors. A prince, often surrounded by courtiers and advisors, might find himself the last healthy body in a household filled with corpses. The isolation was stifling, and the irony not lost on chroniclers. Wealth and privilege did not protect anyone from bacteria and fleas. Meanwhile, stories from traders and travelers painted a bleak yet strangely mundane picture. Markets, once bustling with shouting merchants and customers haggling over prices, fell silent. Streets that echoed with the clatter of hooves and wheels now echoed with little more than the occasional squeak of a rat. Inns emptied, travelers learned to avoid regions entirely. And yet some merchants, stubborn or desperate, pressed on. They carried bolts of fabric, barrels of wine or spices through towns already teeming with the ill, often contracting the disease themselves. The plague became a quiet companion, invisible yet omnipresent, riding along every trade route, across mountains and over rivers.
Over time, mortality became part of daily life, a grim rhythm that the survivors reluctantly accepted. Families learned to identify early symptoms, the first fever, the groin swellings, the blackened lymph nodes. Towns developed rudimentary systems to separate the sick from the healthy, though these often failed, especially when an entire household fell ill simultaneously. Religious orders and charitable groups, few though they were, attempted to provide care. Priests administered last rites, nuns and monks tried to comfort the dying, and ordinary people improvised however they could, balancing self-preservation with compassion. The scale of the challenge was so vast that success was fleeting, temporary, and often illusory. The result was a continent-wide tragedy that would reshape Europe for decades. By the time the plague had worked its way through Italy and Spain and slowly northward into France and beyond, roughly 1/3 of the population had succumbed. Towns emptied, fields lay fallow, labor became scarce, and the social and economic consequences would be profound. But all of this stemmed from a quiet arrival in a Sicilian port, 12 ships, a few sailors, and rats that didn't care whether anyone survived or not. Yet in these months of creeping disaster, life continued. People adapted. Those who remained adjusted to a new rhythm, one measured in absences, silences, and cautious whispers. Markets reopened in a tentative manner. Streets were swept, homes were repaired, and life, though diminished, persisted. It was a strange coexistence of ordinary routines with extraordinary loss, a muted backdrop to the unfolding catastrophe.
And so the plague continued its slow, relentless course. It moved across the continent with a quiet inevitability, touching cities, towns, and villages, leaving behind a trail of absence, sorrow, and disrupted lives. Fleas hopped, rats scurried, and humans did what humans always do. They adapted, survived, and bore witness. Through every port, every road, every river crossing, the story of the death ship from Messina quietly unfolded, a reminder that history often begins in the smallest of ways and spreads in ways no one can anticipate. By the time Europe would finally take notice, the disease had already dictated its terms. Borders, armies, commerce, and families, all had been quietly rearranged by an invisible force. And yet, for those still living, the world remained recognizable, just darker, quieter, and more cautious, each new day shadowed by the memory of the ships that first brought the plague ashore.
As the plague quietly wove its way through Italy, it began to peek over the borders into France, sneaking along roads, rivers, and trade routes like a guest who had overstayed their welcome decades ago. Small villages that had never heard of Messina now found themselves facing symptoms eerily similar to those whispered about in Italian towns. At first, skepticism prevailed. Many villagers were still convinced that illnesses of this nature were either divine punishment or the result of eating improperly stored cheese. Some suggested it was the alignment of Saturn and Mars that caused boils to sprout like unwanted mushrooms. Others blamed wandering pilgrims, merchants, or the unfortunate neighbor with the squeaky goat. The variety of scapegoats was as creative as it was unhelpful. Travelers moving northward unwittingly carried the plague along trade routes that had existed for centuries. Roads connecting small towns to larger cities became arteries of contagion. Fleas, as ever, were indifferent to human notions of distance or importance, hitching rides on rats, clothing, and even blankets. By the time the first cases appeared in Provence, people began to notice a recurring pattern: fever, swelling of the lymph nodes, exhaustion. Those who initially dismissed these symptoms as just a touch of something seasonal quickly found themselves in the uncomfortable position of watching friends, neighbors, and family members succumb with alarming speed. The plague had a way of turning ordinary days into silent testimonies of loss.
In the cities of southern France, trade had long brought vibrancy, noise, and the occasional gossip-fueled scandal. Now, those same streets became eerily quiet. Market stalls were abandoned. Children who had once played in narrow alleyways were absent, either because they were sick or because their parents had decided that risk-taking was for fools. Priests tried to continue their duties, ringing bells to ward off evil and administer last rites. But the rhythmic toll of church bells began to take on a somber tone, echoing the steady progression of mortality. Merchants, ever practical, continued trading where they could, although the ghost of absentee buyers and dead customers hovered over every transaction. Meanwhile, nobles and ruling families faced the problem from their own peculiar perspective. Wealth and privilege offered no immunity. Lords and ladies found themselves locked inside manors, surrounded by courtiers who might as well have been sitting on invisible thrones of impending doom. Servants and advisors, carrying out the mundane routines of daily life, were vectors they could neither understand nor control. Some rulers, in the rare moments of quiet reflection, may have paused to consider the absurdity of their situation. All their power, armies, wealth, and castles rendered nearly irrelevant by something as small as a flea. Of course, reflection often gave way to panic, and panic, in turn, often led to bizarre decisions, like forbidding anyone to enter the castle except those who were already infected, or ordering mass prayers that, while comforting, did nothing to halt the invisible bacterial passenger that continued its journey through the continent. Northern France, with its network of towns, rivers, and trade hubs, provided an ideal environment for the plague to flourish. Urban density, combined with limited sanitation and an incomplete understanding of disease transmission, allowed the pathogen to infiltrate nearly every level of society. Fleas hopped between rats in grain storage rooms. Rats ran along roof beams. And humans, ever helpful, carried them directly into their homes. Attempts to quarantine individuals were, at best, only partially effective. Villagers who were already infected often traveled before showing symptoms, unknowingly spreading the plague to the next town. Some local authorities, faced with the impossible choice of halting trade entirely or risking contagion, chose the latter. A tragic but not entirely surprising human decision. As the months passed, the psychological toll became increasingly apparent. People became wary of touching even their closest family members. Children were sometimes abandoned or hidden away for both fear of infection and simple desperation. Stories circulated of neighbors throwing boiling water or herbs at each other, convinced that proximity equaled death. Religious fervor increased initially, with processions, prayers, and fasts, but eventually, even the most devoted found themselves questioning whether divine punishment was fair, if such a thing could even exist. A growing sense of helplessness settled over towns and cities alike, as mortality crept quietly but insistently into every aspect of life. Meanwhile, England and the Low Countries were beginning to hear rumors of the plague arriving across the Channel. Ships from France carried more than wine, textiles, or correspondence. They carried a silent and deadly passenger. London, a bustling hub of commerce and governance, soon witnessed the early signs of the contagion. Dock workers fell ill, markets emptied, and even the royal household felt the unsettling presence of unseen illness. Chroniclers later noted that while the aristocracy initially attempted to shield themselves, their measures often had limited effect. Courtiers, advisors, and servants became carriers. Halls meant for policy and pomp became spaces of quiet dread. Isolation, as a concept, was imperfectly understood, and its implementation was inconsistent at best. Fleas and rats remained the invisible agents of this quiet catastrophe. Their journeys were unspectacular, almost mundane, yet in their banality lay an unparalleled effectiveness. A rat nesting in a granary, a flea hopping onto a trader's tunic, a merchant carrying a coin purse into the next town. All were small, seemingly inconsequential events that, collectively, resulted in one of the most devastating pandemics in recorded history. Cities, towns, and villages that had seemed resilient or distant suddenly found themselves grappling with the same symptoms, the same patterns of illness, the same creeping inevitability. By this point, social structures began to strain. Peasants, already accustomed to hardship, faced the double burden of surviving famine-like shortages as fields lay untended due to labor shortages, while also contending with the invisible killer spreading among them. Nobility, in turn, found themselves grappling with loss not only in terms of family and allies, but also economically. Rents went unpaid, agricultural production declined, and feudal obligations became more symbolic than practical. The early stages of systemic collapse were evident, though no one at the time could articulate it in those terms. Life carried on, quietly, in an almost mechanical rhythm, punctuated by absence and bereavement. The plague's movement through Germany and the Rhineland followed similar patterns, though the cold climate slowed flea activity slightly, giving people a brief sense of reprieve. However, the disease did not wait indefinitely. Rats remained active in barns and grain stores, fleas adapted, and humans continued to provide ample opportunity for infection. By the time the disease reached urban centers such as Cologne, Hamburg, and Nuremberg, the cycle of subtle invasion, fever, swelling, and death had become familiar. Chroniclers noted that even minor disruptions, like the death of a single baker or miller, could ripple through the local economy, compounding the sense of instability. Markets would reopen with reduced goods, streets would echo with quieter footsteps, and life would persist in a muted form.
As the plague pressed further north, societal adaptations emerged. Some towns attempted cordons sanitaires, a form of quarantine intended to prevent entry of the sick or the infected. These were sometimes effective in small villages, but less so in larger cities, where enforcement was inconsistent and human behavior unpredictable. Others resorted to folk remedies, herbal infusions, or ritualistic practices, none of which were particularly effective against a bacterium riding on fleas. The combination of human ingenuity, superstition, and ineffectiveness was a recurring theme that would mark the pandemic's progress across the continent. And so, by the end of its first northern phase, the plague had not only traveled across Italy, France, and into the Low Countries and England, but it had also fundamentally altered the rhythms of daily life. Streets were quieter, markets less crowded, and social interaction was measured, cautious, and infused with a subtle dread. People began to recognize the signs of illness in each other, not with scientific precision, but through observation and experience. And while Europe would eventually recover demographically, economically, and socially, the initial months of this march revealed the profound vulnerability of human societies to invisible, patient, and persistent forces.
By the time the plague fully crossed into England, it was no longer a rumor whispered on ships and trading posts. It had arrived with quiet inevitability, like a persistent fog rolling in from the sea, muting the sounds of markets, streets, and cottages. London, Bristol, and the smaller port towns along the coast were the first to feel its subtle yet uncompromising presence. Dock workers fell ill in staggering numbers. Merchants who had previously prided themselves on punctuality and careful record-keeping found their ledgers littered with gaps. Deaths, absences, disappearances. Fleas, as ever, remained unimpressed by social rank or the status of the city. Rats, scurrying along ships, warehouses and alleyways, facilitated the silent movement of the disease with remarkable efficiency. In London, where narrow streets and timber-framed houses were crammed together with a fervor only slightly less obsessive than that of city tax collectors, the plague exploited every flaw. Homes were warm, crowded, and rarely cleaned in a fashion that would meet any modern standard of hygiene. Humans, in this environment, were ideal hosts, unknowingly allowing fleas to leap from body to body, rat to rat, fabric to fabric. Early symptoms, slight fevers, fatigue, and discomfort were often mistaken for seasonal ailments, delays in digestion, or even a mild hangover from too much ale. By the time the unmistakable swellings of the buboes appeared, panic had already begun to quietly settle into the streets. The aristocracy, accustomed to believing themselves insulated from most misfortunes, found this particular visitor less accommodating. Castles and manors, designed for comfort, display, and occasional displays of petty cruelty toward peasants, suddenly became sites of confinement. Courtiers shuffled about, performing the delicate dance of maintaining appearances while avoiding contact with anyone who might inadvertently carry death. Some nobles resorted to sealing windows and doors, only to discover that the disease had already infiltrated their households through clothing, bedding, or servants who had been out in town. Attempts at protective measures often achieved little, leaving wealth and influence as only marginally effective shields.
Across the countryside, the experience was no less grim. Small villages, already accustomed to hardship and the occasional famine, now faced a more insidious threat. Farmers and laborers who had previously endured floods, crop failures, and feudal demands now contended with the specter of death appearing unannounced in neighbors' homes. Daily routines persisted in mechanical fashion. Fields needed tending, animals fed, mills operated, but every step was shadowed by caution. Families began isolating themselves as much as possible, hiding the ill in corner rooms, burying the dead with alarming efficiency, or simply abandoning them when survival demanded it. The emotional and psychological toll of such decisions was profound, though largely undocumented beyond brief chronicler notes. A mother refusing to hold her child, a husband avoiding his wife, a family leaving a neighbor to die quietly by the roadside. Trade continued, but halting commerce was rarely an option. Local and regional markets had long been the lifeblood of rural economies. Yet with the plague moving like an invisible tide, markets became both a lifeline and a vector of infection. Traders carrying goods, coins, and news inadvertently carried disease. Goods arriving from towns where the plague had already passed, fabric, grain, livestock, became carriers in a chain beyond human comprehension. Fleas were particularly adept at this subtle form of transportation, hopping, unseen, unnoticed, yet devastatingly effective. In this period, rumor and superstition flourished alongside the disease. People sought explanations that ranged from the rational to the absurd. Some argued the plague was divine punishment for sins. Others blamed foreign merchants, while still more suggested that the alignment of stars or atmospheric poisons were responsible. Folk remedies proliferated: herbs, incense, bloodletting, and the occasional elaborate ritual meant to ward off evil air. None of these had any effect on the bacterium, but the sense of agency it provided was psychologically valuable. Medieval Europe, it turns out, had always excelled at producing ceremonial reassurance in the face of true chaos.
The impact on society became increasingly tangible. Labor shortages emerged as death claimed workers across towns and villages. Fields went untended, crops failed, and the economy faltered. Peasant laborers, those few who survived, found themselves in unprecedented positions of bargaining power. With fewer people to till the land, they could demand wages, avoid onerous tasks, or negotiate better conditions. While it would take decades for these dynamics to fully reshape feudal structures, the initial shockwaves were already palpable, subtly altering the relationship between the peasantry and nobility. In England, chroniclers recorded the small, grim details that defined daily life. Funerals became hurried affairs, with priests racing to administer last rites before succumbing themselves. Streets were quieter, save for the occasional bell toll marking another passing. Markets reopened with diminished crowds. Shops operated by survivors who learned to keep their distance. And towns adapted with grim ingenuity. People developed routines around absence, leaving baskets of food outside doors for quarantined neighbors, signaling wellness through marks on doors, or simply stepping over bodies that had not yet been collected. Life continued, quietly, mechanically, and always under the looming shadow of mortality. As the plague pressed further north and east, Scandinavia and the Low Countries began to feel its approach. Harbors became checkpoints for the first cautious measures against contagion, though their effectiveness was limited. Cold climates slowed the activity of fleas somewhat, giving temporary reprieve, but this did little to halt the inexorable spread. Even in remote settlements, rats carried the disease into granaries and homes. Travelers moving along rivers and coastlines, often fleeing infected towns, carried the plague farther than anyone anticipated. Communities that once thought themselves isolated discovered that no one was truly beyond reach.
In the Low Countries, the effect on urban centers was profound. Cities like Bruges and Ghent, with their dense networks of canals and narrow streets, provided near-perfect conditions for the plague to flourish. Trade continued, though halting it entirely was impractical. Fleas continued their microscopic journey between rats and humans, and townspeople, in their ordinary routines, remained unwitting participants in a centuries-long disaster. Social norms began to adjust. People avoided physical contact. Public gatherings became smaller, and fear dictated movement in both conscious and unconscious ways. The psychological weight of constant vigilance against an invisible killer cannot be overstated, particularly in a society unprepared to understand disease beyond superstition and anecdote. Noble houses in these regions adapted differently. Wealth offered some ability to isolate, but only partially. Estates were managed by a skeleton crew of staff. Courtiers avoided the sick at any cost, and communication with outside areas became increasingly cautious. The plague infiltrated even these insulated environments, showing that while money, status, and walls could delay its arrival, they could not prevent it. The irony was palpable. Human constructs of safety and hierarchy were, in this instance, largely irrelevant. Even the most powerful families learned that death, delivered by fleas and rats, respected no social rank. Meanwhile, across the continent, the disease continued its quiet, relentless work. Social systems faltered in subtle ways. Labor shortages shifted economic balances. Towns and villages grew quieter, and daily life operated under new constraints. People adapted in small, practical ways. Isolation, avoidance, and observation became routine. Community bonds were strained, yet survival demanded a grudging pragmatism. Stories of compassion and horror coexisted. Some families hid the ill, some abandoned them, and some attempted heroic interventions that achieved little. Across the north, the plague was a constant companion, invisible but unmistakable, shaping every step of ordinary life.
As the months passed, chroniclers began to note patterns. The disease followed trade routes predictably, traveled along rivers and roads, and struck urban centers with frightening consistency. Rural areas, while initially spared by isolation and low population density, eventually succumbed. Fleas hopped, rats ran, and humans continued their routines, facilitating the inevitable. By the time Scandinavia and Eastern Europe began to register the first cases, the stage was set for a continental catastrophe. Lessons about isolation, hygiene, and disease control were largely absent. Europe was learning the hard way, through loss, absence, and subtle disruption. By the conclusion of this phase, the plague had firmly established its presence from the Mediterranean coasts through France, England, the Low Countries, and Scandinavia. Social structures had begun to fray. Labor shortages, economic disruption, and psychological trauma were evident. People adapted slowly, sometimes effectively, often with limited understanding. The world felt smaller, quieter, and more cautious, each daily action shadowed by the presence of an unseen adversary. The initial arrival in Messina, the death ship at the dock, had triggered a chain of events that now spanned the continent. A silent killer had rewritten the rhythm of life across Europe, touching every level of society, from peasants to princes, and leaving a legacy that would be felt for generations.
As the plague moved steadily eastward, the vast expanse of Europe began to experience its quiet, relentless touch. Poland, Hungary, Bohemia, and the sprawling reaches of Rus were next on the uninvited itinerary. Unlike the densely packed cities of Italy or the canals of the Low Countries, much of Eastern Europe consisted of villages separated by forests, rivers, and snow-laden roads. One might imagine that isolation would provide protection, but the plague was both patient and adaptable. Fleas continued their microscopic journey from rats to humans, and travelers, merchants, messengers, and wandering pilgrims carried the invisible menace to settlements that had long considered themselves distant from continental troubles. In Poland and Bohemia, the early signs were subtle. A farmer would complain of chills. A merchant's assistant would fail to appear at market. Then swelling would appear in the armpits or groin. Fever followed, and soon the village would take on an eerie quiet. Unlike in the bustling cities of the South, where merchants' comings and goings provided some rhythm to daily life, rural villages were quieter by default. This silence became heavier when death claimed family after family. Fields were left untended, livestock unfed, and granaries emptied, not out of carelessness, but because the hands that once worked them were gone. The nobility in Eastern Europe responded in ways similar to their Western counterparts. Fortresses were locked, estates isolated, and courtiers kept at a distance. However, the logistical challenge of maintaining these protections over vast estates with limited personnel quickly became evident. Estates that had relied on a network of serfs and laborers found themselves understaffed. Crops failed, and economic obligations to lords went unmet. Some nobles attempted to flee, moving to neighboring territories in the hope that distance would protect them. Fleas, as always, had other plans. Traders crossing rivers or forests, unaware of carrying infected rats or bedding, rendered borders largely ineffective.
In the growing towns of Eastern Europe, commerce suffered. Markets that had once been lively became ghostly corridors. Inns emptied. Craftsmen could not find apprentices. Urban life slowed to a cautious shuffle. Like their counterparts elsewhere, citizens relied on a combination of superstition, rudimentary medical practices, and hope. Herbal infusions, ritualized prayers, and protective charms abounded. Some communities constructed rudimentary isolation zones, placing the sick in separate dwellings or even in barns outside village centers. These measures sometimes slowed the spread, but could not stop it. The sheer invisibility of the threat, combined with human necessity, ensured that the plague continued its relentless march. Russia, particularly the Western principalities, felt the plague's approach somewhat later than Central Europe, but no less devastatingly. Traders, traveling along rivers and through forested routes, carried it to towns like Novgorod, Pskov, and Smolensk. These communities, often engaged in fur trading, grain transport, or regional commerce, were initially unaware of the danger. Fleas, once again, proved indifferent to climate, social hierarchy, or human intentions. Townsfolk experienced similar symptoms as in the West: fever, swelling, exhaustion, and eventually death. Families learned to identify early warning signs, often too late, and rituals for protection were improvised, blending local superstition, orthodox tradition, and whatever scraps of medical advice had been circulating from other parts of Europe. The plague had a subtle yet profound effect on societal structures in these regions. Labor shortages were especially acute, as communities heavily relied on peasants for agriculture and basic maintenance. Fields went fallow, the delivery of goods slowed, obligations to local lords became increasingly negotiable. A scarcity allowed peasants a stronger position in day-to-day affairs. While these changes would not fully materialize into systemic shifts immediately, the initial disruption foreshadowed long-term consequences. The death toll, often exceeding 1/3 of the population, also reduced the size of armies, reshaped inheritance patterns, and altered governance as officials and nobles themselves succumbed to illness. Despite the devastation, life continued, a strange rhythm of survival in the shadow of death. Villagers constructed simple forms of continuity. Communal labor shared among survivors, limited trade with unaffected areas, and the continuation of religious practice as a moral and psychological support system. Rituals became quieter, private, or symbolic, reflecting both fear and respect for the growing number of deaths. Priests, monks, and nuns attempted to maintain spiritual guidance, often at great personal risk, while families adapted to the harsh reality of absent members. Children, orphaned or isolated, learned to navigate a world defined by caution, absence, and muted grief. Trade routes, particularly those connected to the Black Sea and the Baltic, became both lifelines and vectors of contagion. Merchants could not entirely cease operations without risking starvation or economic collapse. Ships, carts, and caravans carried goods essential to survival, inadvertently facilitating the spread of disease. Fleas, hitching rides on rats and travelers alike, moved with steady efficiency. The plague's advance through these regions highlighted both the interconnectedness of medieval Europe and the vulnerability inherent in a population unaware of microscopic threats. Every journey, however mundane, became a potential vector. Every interaction, however casual, carried risk. Eastern European chronicles offer glimpses of everyday life under the plague's shadow. Records note absences in tax rolls, sudden vacancies in administrative posts, and interruptions in trade. Families reported the sudden deaths of siblings, parents, and children, often without any opportunity for proper mourning. Markets adapted with reduced hours and cautious practices. Streets, once alive with noise and barter, became quiet corridors. Yet within this quiet existed human resilience. Communities improvised care, shared scarce resources, and maintained rituals of daily life, even as the plague continued its invisible work. Adaptation, as much as fate, determined who survived and who did not.
The psychological toll cannot be understated. Individuals lived under constant, low-grade anxiety. Fear was persistent, quiet, and pervasive. Even mundane tasks, fetching water, tending animals, walking to markets, were performed with caution, a measure of self-preservation. Communities often developed unspoken rules: avoid contact, do not touch the sick, minimize travel, and keep essential supplies close. These behavioral adaptations, though rudimentary, were the first hints of what modern epidemiologists might call non-pharmaceutical interventions. Effectiveness was limited by necessity, ignorance, and sheer human desire to maintain some semblance of ordinary life. By the time the plague had fully swept through Eastern Europe and parts of Western Russia, society had been profoundly altered. Population density decreased dramatically. Fields, forests, and towns reflected the absence of those who had succumbed. Economic structures shifted as labor became scarce and wages rose. Feudal obligations were renegotiated, often under duress or necessity. Religious institutions adapted, sometimes contracting due to mortality among clergy, sometimes expanding as communities sought spiritual solace. The cumulative effect of these changes set the stage for a slow transformation of European society over subsequent decades. Throughout this phase, the silent, persistent presence of the plague, hitching rides on fleas, rats, and humans, underscored a critical lesson of the era. Disease does not respect borders, wealth, or social status. Its reach was equal opportunity, indifferent, and unrelenting. And yet, amidst the quiet devastation, ordinary life persisted. People adapted. Communities survived. Markets, villages, and cities continued to function, albeit in a quieter, more cautious fashion. Civilization, though diminished, endured.
As Europe faced the aftermath of this Eastern March, the lessons were clear but largely unarticulated. Trade networks had facilitated rapid transmission. Urban density had exacerbated mortality. Rural isolation offered only temporary reprieve. And human behavior, rooted in necessity, denial, superstition, and resilience, played a central role in shaping the spread of the disease. In every village, town, and city, the plague had left its mark. Absence, altered routines, disrupted social structures, and a pervasive sense of mortality that would echo for generations. The arrival of the plague in Eastern Europe and Russia marked the near completion of its initial continental sweep. From the docks of Messina to the frozen rivers of Novgorod, the pattern had been remarkably consistent. Cities fell silent, villages emptied, and both nobility and peasantry contended with the new reality. Mortality rates soared, labor shortages emerged, economies fluctuated, and psychological adaptation became a necessity. Communities adapted as best they could, balancing fear, practicality, and ritual, all under the shadow of a disease that moved quietly but inexorably indifferent to human status, wealth, or belief.
As the plague continued its relentless work across Europe, society began to crumble quietly but profoundly. Towns and villages that had survived the first waves were now forced to contend with the secondary effects: labor shortages, economic disruption, and the psychological weight of constant mortality. Fields went untended, crops rotted, and granaries became as likely to store emptiness as food. Peasants, those ever-resilient survivors of famines, wars, and taxes, found themselves in a curious position of leverage. With fewer hands to work the land, they could demand wages or freedom of obligation, sometimes even negotiating conditions previously unthinkable. Feudal lords, accustomed to unquestioned authority, discovered that influence could be diluted by scarcity, a humbling realization delivered by fleas, rats, and unseen bacteria. Markets, the lifeblood of medieval towns, adapted slowly. Merchants who survived were cautious, reducing trips, leaving goods stacked outside, and avoiding direct contact with buyers whenever possible. Inns and taverns, once bustling with travelers and gossip, became quieter, subdued spaces where conversation was measured and physical distance observed, not for social niceties, but for survival. Chroniclers of the period noted the eerie silence in streets, punctuated only by the occasional tolling of church bells, a stark reminder of absent lives. In urban centers, the plague's psychological impact was striking. People became suspicious of neighbors, strangers, and even family members. Close contact, once a simple aspect of daily life, became a conscious risk. Parents abandoned children, fearful of contagion, while children navigated the absence of parental guidance with cautious ingenuity. Communities improvised new social norms, food left at doors, simple signs to indicate illness, and avoidance of gatherings that had once been routine. Rituals adapted too. Prayers were whispered, religious processions scaled down, and collective acts of worship often replaced by private devotion, reflecting both fear and necessity.
Amidst the chaos, a curious figure emerged, the plague doctor. These individuals, draped in long robes, gloves, and boots, and topped with the now iconic beaked mask, became a symbol of both dread and hope. The mask, stuffed with aromatic herbs, served as a primitive attempt to protect against the miasma, believed to spread disease. Whether effective or not, the costume provided psychological reassurance, both to the wearer and to the terrified public. Plague doctors moved slowly through towns, examining patients from a safe distance, making notes, and sometimes offering crude treatments, such as bleeding or herbal concoctions. Their presence was a constant reminder that death walked the streets invisibly, yet it also offered a faint semblance of organized response to an otherwise incomprehensible catastrophe. Nobility, observing the plague's indiscriminate reach, often oscillated between panic and calculated isolation. Some lords and ladies sealed themselves within fortified estates, surrounded by a skeleton staff, hoping that walls and gates could hold back an unseen foe. Others attempted to flee to distant castles, believing that movement might equal safety. Yet, as history would later show, mobility did not guarantee immunity. Servants carried fleas on clothing. Merchants delivered goods with hidden vectors. Even pets could unknowingly transport disease. Human assumptions about control, once foundational to feudal power, proved insufficient against this microscopic adversary. Meanwhile, the lower classes confronted a daily reality that blended survival with adaptation. Labor shortages gave peasants leverage to demand better conditions, but scarcity also meant that essential services, from milling grain to repairing roads, became precarious. Villages faced the dual challenge of maintaining life-sustaining work while contending with the ever-present threat of illness. In some cases, communities developed rudimentary isolation practices. The sick were confined to outbuildings, while supplies were exchanged cautiously at thresholds. These practical adaptations, born of necessity rather than understanding, provided some mitigation but could never halt the steady progress of the plague.
Trade continued in limited forms, reflecting both human necessity and stubborn resilience. Merchants and travelers adjusted routes, paused longer between towns, or transported goods with caution. Yet every movement remained a potential vector. Fleas, tireless and indifferent, continued their microscopic journeys on rats, clothing and bedding, ensuring that the disease's reach was vast and unstoppable. Even in regions previously considered isolated, such as mountain valleys or forested settlements, mortality crept quietly along supply lines and trade paths, reinforcing the realization that no corner of Europe would remain untouched. As mortality soared, the social fabric of cities began to strain under invisible pressure. Streets emptied, public gatherings dwindled, and community structures adapted to absence. Families and neighbors maintained routines in skeletal form, performing essential work while avoiding unnecessary contact. Funerals became rapid, almost perfunctory affairs. The dead were often removed and buried swiftly, with minimal ceremony, reflecting both the scale of loss and the practical impossibility of attending to everyone. Chroniclers of the time described the landscape in hushed tones. Towns quieted, marketplaces reduced to essential transactions, and life proceeded with cautious, measured steps.
Religious institutions, though themselves affected by mortality, attempted to provide structure and meaning. Monks, nuns, and priests risked exposure to tend to the sick and dying, administering last rites and offering spiritual comfort. Churches became spaces of quiet reflection rather than bustling congregations. Rituals adapted to necessity, blending superstition, theology, and practical care in ways that varied from town to town. People seeking solace developed private devotions, marking doors, maintaining small altars, and quietly praying for survival amid pervasive uncertainty. The psychological burden of constant exposure to death shaped behavior in subtle ways. Individuals developed avoidance strategies, sometimes institutionalized as part of local norms. Households marked those who were ill, limited external interaction, and rationed supplies. Orphans and abandoned children adapted through resilience, often relying on distant relatives, neighbors, or communal charity for survival. Social bonds, previously taken for granted, became fragile threads dependent on practical survival rather than traditional obligations.
By the time the plague had worked its way through Eastern and Northern Europe, the consequences were profound and long-lasting. Population decline was staggering, with mortality rates often exceeding 1/3 of local populations. Labor shortages altered economic structures, empowering survivors in new ways. Feudal hierarchies weakened as scarcity undermined authority, foreshadowing social and political shifts in subsequent decades. Religious institutions, while enduring, adapted practices in response to high mortality among clergy and shifting congregational needs. Even in areas that appeared superficially resilient, the shadow of the plague lingered, shaping daily routines, social structures, and psychological landscapes. Amidst this quiet collapse, small stories of adaptation and resilience emerged. Villagers learned to maintain essential tasks with fewer hands. Merchants adjusted trade practices, sometimes leaving goods at thresholds or moving cautiously between towns. Families improvised care for the sick and the young, blending compassion with pragmatism. Plague doctors, though imperfect in their methods, represented an attempt at order amid chaos. And though death was omnipresent, life continued in a muted, mechanical rhythm, measured in survival, observation, and incremental adaptation.
By the time the plague fully crossed into England, it was no longer a rumor whispered on ships and trading posts. It had arrived with quiet inevitability, like a persistent fog rolling in from the sea, muting the sounds of markets, streets, and cottages. London, Bristol, and the smaller port towns along the coast were the first to feel its subtle yet uncompromising presence. Dock workers fell ill in staggering numbers. Merchants who had previously prided themselves on punctuality and careful record-keeping found their ledgers littered with gaps, deaths, absences, disappearances. Fleas, as ever, remained unimpressed by social rank or the status of the city. Rats, scurrying along ships, warehouses, and alleyways facilitated the silent movement of the disease with remarkable efficiency. In London, where narrow streets and timber-framed houses were crammed together with a fervor only slightly less obsessive than that of city tax collectors, the plague exploited every flaw. Homes were warm, crowded, and rarely cleaned in a fashion that would meet any modern standard of hygiene. Humans, in this environment, were ideal hosts, unknowingly allowing fleas to leap from body to body, rat to rat, fabric to fabric. Early symptoms, slight fevers, fatigue, and discomfort were often mistaken for seasonal ailments, delays in digestion, or even a mild hangover from too much ale. By the time the unmistakable swellings of the buboes appeared, panic had already begun to quietly settle into the streets. The aristocracy, accustomed to believing themselves insulated from most misfortunes, found this particular visitor less accommodating. Castles and manors, designed for comfort, display, and occasional displays of petty cruelty toward peasants, suddenly became sites of confinement. Courtiers shuffled about, performing the delicate dance of maintaining appearances while avoiding contact with anyone who might inadvertently carry death. Some nobles resorted to sealing windows and doors, only to discover that the disease had already infiltrated their households through clothing, bedding, or servants who had been out in town. Attempts at protective measures often achieved little, leaving wealth and influence as only marginally effective shields.
By the time the first shock waves of the plague had passed, Europe was a different continent, not dramatically different in architecture, certainly not in geography, but in its population, its economy, and most quietly, in the subtle balance of social power. Nearly half of Europe's population had vanished in a span of a few years, leaving behind empty villages, abandoned fields, and towns where silence replaced the constant hum of daily activity. Streets that once teemed with merchants, children, and animals now echoed with absence. People moved more cautiously, avoiding contact, adjusting routines, and silently acknowledging the invisible presence that had altered every facet of life. The feudal system, long thought unshakable, suddenly appeared fragile. Landlords had relied on a predictable peasant workforce to maintain estates, collect taxes, and cultivate fields. Now, with labor scarce, peasants discovered new leverage. They could demand wages where before they were bound to obligations. They could negotiate the right to work lands or leave without permission. Labor, suddenly a rare commodity, altered the balance of power. Estates struggled to function. Crops went unharvested, and landlords had to reckon with the unexpected agency of their surviving workforce. In some regions, peasants abandoned long-held obligations entirely, seizing new opportunities that would have been unimaginable before the plague. Social mobility, modest though it might have been, had taken its first steps. Urban centers faced a similar reckoning. Guilds, which had previously regulated crafts, apprenticeships, and commerce, struggled to maintain membership as artisans and laborers succumbed. Markets functioned with skeleton crews, shops opened only when someone could manage, and transport of goods slowed significantly. Trade networks, both local and long distance, adapted cautiously. Merchants developed strategies to minimize exposure, whether leaving goods at doors, avoiding crowded areas, or hiring fewer workers. Cities that had once prioritized volume and efficiency now measured success in survival and continuity.
Religious institutions, which had initially provided spiritual solace, also faced profound adaptation. High mortality among clergy left some regions without priests, monks, or nuns. Surviving members often had to assume multiple roles, conducting masses, administering last rites, tending to the sick, and maintaining administrative duties. Rituals were modified for practicality. Processions were smaller, prayers became more private, and the emphasis shifted from public display to individual devotion. Fear and faith intertwined, creating a complex psychological landscape where divine interpretation of the plague was both feared and questioned. Some viewed it as punishment, others as a trial of endurance, and still others as a natural phenomenon beyond human comprehension. Cultural shifts were subtle but significant. Artistic expression, literature, and chronicling reflected the experience of widespread mortality and social disruption. Stories emerged of vanished villages, heroic or sometimes absurd acts of survival,
and the quiet endurance of those who remained. Chroniclers, often monks or officials, recorded both facts and folklore, blending the sober realities of death with imaginative interpretations of divine will, cosmic alignment, or moral consequence. These cultural artifacts, while not always accurate, became the historical memory of the event and influenced European consciousness for generations. Psychologically, the survivors carried profound trauma. Fear became a constant companion, influencing social behavior, decision-making, and community norms. People became more cautious in travel, wary of outsiders, and mindful of proximity to the ill. Isolation, previously a rare practice, became routine. Children learned early that absence could be permanent, and families adopted precautionary behaviors that bordered on ritual. Even long after the initial outbreaks, these behaviors shaped European society, embedding patterns of caution, hygiene, and social distance in ways that would echo for decades.
Political structures also felt the impact, though indirectly. Nobility faced unexpected limitations on authority. Estates struggled to function. Taxes were difficult to collect, and regional governance became more challenging. Monarchs found their subjects diminished in number, yet emboldened by necessity. Peasant revolts, often small-scale but persistent, became more frequent as labor scarcity allowed greater bargaining power. Local lords were forced to negotiate, compromise, and in some cases, cede privileges previously taken for granted. The Black Death had not only altered demographics, but had subtly shifted the dynamics of power across Europe. In terms of public health and knowledge, the plague was simultaneously devastating and instructive. Europeans gained a rudimentary understanding of contagion, albeit interpreted through the lens of miasma theory and superstition. Isolation practices, movement restrictions, and rudimentary hygiene adaptations emerged out of necessity rather than scientific insight. Plague doctors became semi-recognized professionals, their bird-like masks a symbol of practical, if limited, intervention. Communities learned, slowly, that survival often depended on observation, caution, and careful adaptation, lessons that would inform responses to future epidemics. The social consequences were enduring. Marriage patterns shifted as survivors sought partners among the living. Inheritance laws adjusted to account for unexpectedly high mortality, and communities were rebuilt, sometimes in new locations, with altered economic and social structures. Labor shortages prompted technological experimentation in agriculture and production, accelerating developments that might otherwise have taken decades longer. While the immediate period following the Black Death was grim, the ripple effects laid the groundwork for gradual social, economic, and cultural transformations.
Education, too, was subtly influenced. Monastic schools and early universities faced enrollment challenges, but also saw opportunities for consolidation and adaptation. Some scholars, confronted with the fragility of human life, shifted their focus toward practical knowledge, medicine, and administration. Intellectual life, while disrupted, began to incorporate experiences of mortality, disease, and social change into its curriculum. The Black Death though horrific, became a catalyst for reflection, adaptation, and cautious innovation. By the end of this period, Europe had endured one of the most significant demographic collapses in recorded history. Nearly half the population had perished, leaving profound gaps in labor, leadership, and social continuity. Communities adapted, sometimes gracefully, sometimes tragically. Peasants gained leverage, markets adjusted, cities quieted, and noble houses reevaluated their authority. Religious institutions modified practices, cultural memory expanded, and psychological adaptation became a silent, necessary companion to daily life. The continent, though scarred, endured. The Black Death's long-term impact was paradoxical. It was a force of destruction and mortality, yet it catalyzed subtle societal evolution. Labor scarcity, economic restructuring, and shifts in social power challenged traditional hierarchies. Communities that survived developed practices to cope with the threat of disease, laying the groundwork for future public health responses. Culture, art, and literature absorbed the trauma, ensuring that the memory of this period persisted not only in statistics but in human consciousness. History, in this sense, moved forward under the shadow of loss, adaptation, and quiet transformation. In conclusion, the Black Death reshaped Europe slowly, almost imperceptibly, as survivors navigated a world altered by absence, scarcity, and mortality. From southern Italy to the far reaches of Russia, the disease had revealed fundamental truths about vulnerability, human behavior, and societal fragility. Communities, economies, and governance structures had been tested and, in many cases, redefined. Life continued, quietly, cautiously, and with a renewed sense of precariousness. And in that quiet endurance, Europe began its slow recovery, forever changed by the silent march of a microscopic, patient, and indifferent killer.
In the heart of Europe, the plague was not only a disease, it was a reshaper of reality, a slow, creeping psychological earthquake. Life, as people had known it, began to warp around fear, rumor, and whispered warnings. In towns and cities, no amount of money or social rank seemed to guarantee safety. Peasants, merchants, and nobles alike discovered that death, delivered by fleas on rats, operated on a principle entirely indifferent to human plans. It was the kind of visitor that ignored invitations, disregarded hierarchies, and had absolutely zero concern for etiquette. Among those who sought to understand, prevent, or treat the plague, some became infamous: the plague doctors. Their signature look, which seems theatrical or even cartoonish to modern eyes, was in fact an early attempt at protection. Long robes, gloves, boots, wide-brim hats, and most notably, the bird-like mask, often stuffed with herbs, vinegar-soaked sponges, or other aromatic substances. The rationale was simple, if misguided. The plague was carried in bad air or miasma,
and these masks filtered the invisible poison. Whether it worked is debatable. Modern science would say it did not. But in terms of psychological armor, it had an undeniable effect. People believed these doctors carried some measure of immunity, which made their presence both reassuring and horrifying at the same time. In the streets of Florence, Venice, and Paris, these plague doctors moved with a peculiar combination of caution and necessity. They carried canes or sticks to examine patients without touching them directly, signaling both authority and distance. Their visits were feared because they were invariably associated with death, yet they were also necessary, as the sick had few alternatives. Entire households would sometimes line up for inspection, hoping the strange appearance of robes and masks was at least a shield from the worst.
The reality behind these masks was often more practical than heroic. Doctors had limited understanding of the plague beyond what they observed and the theories of miasma. Their treatments ranged from bleeding and purging to herbal remedies, many of which had little effect beyond the placebo of being attended to. Even so, their role in society became emblematic. They were mediators between the living and the inevitable, witnesses to suffering, and, paradoxically, symbols of resilience amid despair. Meanwhile, ordinary life continued in the shadow of the plague, though modified by fear and necessity. Streets emptied, markets shrank. Children wandered in smaller groups. Families learned to leave food at thresholds or communicate illness through simple signs like a mark on the door. Isolation, previously rare, became a practical and cultural tool. Quarantines, often imposed by city authorities, were crude but sometimes effective. Villages that attempted to lock themselves off entirely often delayed the arrival of infection by weeks or months, a minor victory in the face of relentless mortality. Behavioral changes also extended to social norms and rituals. Funerals became rapid, sometimes perfunctory, as clergy struggled to attend all deaths. Religious processions were scaled down or replaced with private prayer. Even the nobility adapted, though not always gracefully. Estates were sealed. Courtiers limited contact. Travel, previously a luxury or necessity, became a high-risk gamble. Attempts to flee cities sometimes backfired, as fleeing humans carried fleas and infected clothing to previously untouched towns.
The psychological landscape of the plague was profound. Fear operated constantly, shaping decisions both mundane and significant. Parents worried about children. Merchants calculated risk in ways previously unconsidered. Entire communities developed a quiet, almost ritualized caution. Children growing up amid constant death became witnesses to a world where mortality was immediate and personal. These social adaptations, often unconscious, were crucial for survival, even if they did nothing to halt the spread of the disease itself. Plague doctors, in this context, were both practical and symbolic. Their costumes signaled the severity of the crisis. Their presence provided a form of reassurance, and their attempts at treatment, however misguided, were a rare avenue of human intervention. They embodied the tension of the era,
a mix of science, superstition, necessity, and spectacle. People watched them move through streets with a combination of dread and hope, understanding that survival might hinge on their judgment, yet knowing that even they were not invincible. Across Europe, chroniclers noted the strange duality of daily life under the plague. Markets operated with skeletal crews, essential trades continued with caution, and families improvised care for the sick and young. Isolation became normalized, ritual protection spread, and social behavior adapted to minimize exposure. Fleas, rats, and the invisible bacteria ignored all these precautions, yet humanity persisted. The balance between adaptation and inevitability defined daily existence, shaping both personal and communal responses.
In essence, the plague transformed life quietly but completely. Ordinary routines were redefined by absence and fear. Social hierarchies, while partially maintained, became fragile as scarcity and mortality rebalanced power. Labor shortages empowered survivors, while markets and trade adapted to a slower, more cautious pace. Religious institutions modified rituals, cultural memory absorbed trauma, and communities developed practical, if imperfect, strategies for survival. The figure of the plague doctor, with his eerie mask and measured movements, became emblematic of the era, a mix of science, superstition, and human adaptation in the face of relentless mortality. By the end of this initial phase, the presence of plague doctors and their beak masks had become normalized in European towns. Children would recognize them, households would plan around their visits, and municipal authorities increasingly relied on their observations and reports. Their costumes, bizarre and theatrical to modernize, served a practical purpose in the context of contemporary beliefs and fears. The psychology of their appearance, distance, authority, and the promise of at least partial protection was as significant as any medicinal effect. In a world where death was omnipresent, their presence provided structure, ritual, and a faint semblance of control.
As the plague tightened its grip on Europe, fear became the quiet ruler of towns and villages. The streets which once carried the sounds of haggling merchants, children's laughter, and clanging tools grew eerily silent. Those who remained alive learned quickly that proximity was now a risk. Crowds, once a sign of prosperity and vitality, were now sources of anxiety. Markets operated cautiously, often with signs or simple partitions to prevent direct contact. Goods might be left at thresholds. Coins could be passed through cloth. Even these modest precautions sometimes failed, yet they reflected the early attempts at social distancing long before anyone had a word for it. Quarantine became a common, though inconsistently enforced, tool. Town councils and city officials experimented with cordoning off entire streets or neighborhoods, leaving the sick to endure their fate behind marked doors. Sometimes families were forced to live in isolation, unable to leave their homes for weeks at a time. In cities like Venice, entire ships were held in harbor for 40 days before anyone was allowed ashore, a practice that gave the world the word quarantine, derived from the Italian quaranta giorni, meaning 40 days. It was an imperfect measure, often observed more in theory than practice,
but it reflected a desperate attempt to impose control on something inherently uncontrollable. In wealthier households, the response was both dramatic and methodical. Nobles withdrew into estates, sealing themselves from servants and courtiers as much as possible. Walls, gates, and guards were intended to keep out disease, though even these measures could be circumvented by the smallest vectors: rats, fleas, or infected clothing. Courtiers who dared to enter the confines of these estates were sometimes required to bathe, don clean clothing, or swear oaths of health. The logic was simple: keep the visible danger at bay, even if the invisible one remained impossible to fully exclude. Despite these precautions, death still found its way into grand halls, reminding everyone that wealth offered comfort, but not immunity.
Fear also gave rise to superstition and extreme measures. In some cities, processions of flagellants moved through the streets, whipping themselves publicly to atone for the sins believed to have brought the plague. Crowds followed or avoided them, depending on whether they sought penance, reassurance, or mere survival. Others relied on charms, talismans, and herbal concoctions to ward off disease. Families might burn incense, sprinkle vinegar on doorways, or hang bundles of herbs in windows. Rationality was mixed with desperation. Even when methods were ineffective, the act itself provided psychological comfort. Hospitals and care centers, where they existed, were overwhelmed. Limited understanding of the disease meant that sick wards often doubled as places of high mortality. Doctors, trained more in theory than in practical epidemiology, had few tools beyond observation, herbal remedies, and bleeding. They moved slowly and deliberately, often relying on canes to avoid direct contact. Plague doctors' iconic masks with the beak stuffed with aromatic substances became a symbol of measured intervention. The scent was intended to purify the air, a nod to the miasma theory, but it also created a psychological boundary between life and death, patient and healer. In rural areas, isolation helped temporarily. Small villages, separated by forests, rivers, or mountains, sometimes delayed the arrival of the disease by weeks or months. Farmers could observe signs of illness and restrict travel or trade. Fields went untended as villagers prioritized survival over agriculture. Yet, the slow-moving nature of rural life bought some time. Despite this, the plague eventually reached even the most remote communities, carried by traveling merchants, wandering laborers, or the ubiquitous rats that thrived alongside human settlements.
Social relations fractured under pressure. Families made difficult choices to care for the sick, risking infection, or to maintain separation, preserving their own survival. Children were sometimes left to fend for themselves. Neighbors avoided interaction unless necessary. Marriage arrangements were delayed or reconfigured to reduce contact. Communities, once tightly knit, now operated with invisible boundaries defined by who was infected, who had survived, and who remained cautious. These changes, though born of fear, subtly reshaped the structure of daily life,
creating a culture of measured interaction and cautious observation. Mortality rates, staggering as they were, altered population structures permanently. Many villages lost multiple generations simultaneously. Households that had previously included grandparents, parents, and children were reduced to a few survivors. Labor shortages forced communities to rethink the distribution of work, property, and authority. Peasants gained leverage over lords. Apprentices were in short supply for guilds, and towns struggled to maintain commerce. Economic pressures intertwined with social change, demonstrating that mortality, in addition to grief, could be a catalyst for structural evolution. Psychologically, the plague reshaped perception of life and death. Death became both a constant companion and a public spectacle. Church bells tolled daily, signaling funerals or removals of the deceased. Streets and squares reflected absence as much as activity. Individuals learned, consciously or unconsciously, to navigate a world where mortality was immediate, visible, and often abrupt. People adjusted their routines, limited unnecessary travel, and performed small rituals of self-preservation. These behaviors, while primitive by modern standards, were adaptations that increased the likelihood of survival.
The figure of the plague doctor remained central in this environment. Their movement through towns, examination of the sick, and documentation of deaths provided structure in an otherwise chaotic reality. Though their treatments were limited in efficacy, the social and psychological function of their presence was critical. Communities observed them, learned from their practices, and relied on them for guidance, however imperfect. The costumes, so iconic today, were practical, symbolic, and terrifying all at once. They represented both human ingenuity and the limitations of contemporary medical knowledge. As months passed, adaptation became routine. Households adjusted daily life around isolation, market schedules, and the anticipated presence of death. Merchants traveled cautiously, often leaving goods outside city gates or avoiding crowded areas. Clergy adapted rituals to accommodate widespread mortality. Families developed informal systems of care, communication, and warning. The plague, while indiscriminate, induced a profound behavioral shift, embedding survival strategies into the cultural fabric. Communities that adapted best were more likely to endure, while those clinging to pre-plague habits faced higher mortality. The psychological landscape remained heavy. Grief and fear coexisted with necessity and resilience. Individuals learned to navigate mortality not as a distant possibility, but as an immediate presence. Children growing up in these conditions absorbed lessons of caution, isolation, and observation that would influence future behavior. Social norms evolved quietly, privileging safety over tradition, caution over custom. Even as death continued, life adapted to its new rhythm, measured not in comfort, but in practical survival.
The legacy of the plague doctors and the societal adaptations they represented persisted beyond the immediate crisis. Their presence shaped public expectations of medical intervention, even if methods were limited. Communities learned to value observation, precaution, and rudimentary isolation measures. The cultural imprint of the plague, encoded in stories, rituals, and survival practices, influenced the European psyche long after mortality rates normalized. In this way, the beak mask became more than costume. It symbolized humanity's attempt to impose order, meaning, and agency on an invisible, indifferent force. As the plague pressed on, communities evolved a strange blend of ritual, superstition, and cautious practicality. Every action, from leaving food at a threshold to crossing a street to avoid neighbors, became laden with precaution. Fear was not loud, it was quiet, persistent, and pervasive. Townsfolk walked with a careful rhythm, aware that even a brief encounter could carry unseen death. Children, forced to grow up faster than anyone had anticipated, became both witnesses and participants in a world where survival required observation, adaptation, and sometimes cold calculation. Public rituals, long central to community life, were either modified or abandoned. Churches, though still attended, had fewer congregants. Masses were shortened or replaced with private prayer. Holy water and incense took on new significance, not merely spiritual, but also symbolic of cleanliness, protection, and a hope that ritual might counteract disease. Some regions witnessed the rise of processions of flagellants, men and women moving solemnly through streets, whipping themselves to atone for collective sins. Crowds would follow or avoid these processions, depending on belief or superstition. These acts, whether effective or not, demonstrated humanity's attempt to make sense of chaos, to find meaning where there was none, and to create control when control was impossible. Isolation became a standard strategy, practiced both at home and in the broader community. Families separated themselves from neighbors. Towns marked houses where infection was present, and travelers were met with suspicion or outright denial of entry. In larger cities, city gates were closed or monitored, and public spaces were left eerily empty. Goods were exchanged with minimal contact, sometimes passed through barriers or left at doors. Even in villages where personal relationships were vital for survival, physical distance became a conscious choice. The plague transformed not only public behavior, but also private routines, embedding caution into the rhythm of daily life. Plague doctors continued to operate at the center of these adaptations. Their presence was a reminder of both danger and intervention. Moving through towns with measured steps, cane in hand, robes trailing, and the beak mask stuffed with herbs, they provided a semblance of order. Patients received rudimentary treatment, though often the effect was symbolic rather than curative. Doctors documented cases, observed patterns, and maintained a record of mortality. Their efforts offered communities a form of structure,
a way to understand an otherwise chaotic progression of disease. To the frightened townsfolk, the plague doctor's approach, even if flawed, represented a thread of rationality amid fear. Family structures also experienced strain. Parents who were healthy faced impossible choices: care for the sick and risk infection, or maintain separation and survive. Children were sometimes left to fend for themselves, learning survival through observation and necessity. Siblings assumed responsibilities beyond their age. Communities improvised collective care for orphans, relying on distant relatives, neighbors, or charity. Social bonds were maintained not by tradition alone, but by careful, calculated acts that balanced compassion with caution. Relationships once taken for granted were now mediated by fear and practicality. Economically, the plague accelerated existing pressures. Labor shortages combined with high mortality altered the bargaining power of workers. Surviving peasants demanded wages or privileges previously impossible under feudal obligations. Guilds struggled to maintain apprenticeships. Shops operated with skeleton crews, and trade networks adjusted to slower, more cautious rhythms. Even in cities that seemed relatively unaffected initially, the cumulative impact of reduced population, disrupted supply, and behavioral change reshaped daily economic life. Communities learned to function with less, to ration carefully, and to anticipate scarcity as a normal condition.
Psychologically, Europeans developed behaviors that, while primitive by modern standards, were adaptive. Avoiding the sick, minimizing physical contact, and observing patterns of mortality became unconscious routines. People learned to interpret subtle signs, whether an absence of activity in a neighbor's home, a strange smell, or the appearance of skin lesions as warnings. Children absorbed these lessons, carrying forward a heightened awareness of risk. Ritual, superstition, and practical adaptation coexisted, reflecting both fear and ingenuity. The plague became a teacher of vigilance, patience, and social caution. At the height of mortality, communities witnessed unprecedented levels of death simultaneously within households, neighborhoods, and towns. Clergy were overwhelmed, often succumbing themselves. Mortality created gaps in leadership, labor, and caregiving. Yet, amid these challenges, survival strategies persisted. Isolation, precautionary behavior, and reliance on medical figures like plague doctors allowed a fragile continuity of life. Life moved forward in measured, cautious increments, defined more by survival than by comfort, and more by observation than by joy. Social rituals continued to adapt. Weddings, baptisms, and funerals were shortened, simplified, or postponed. Food sharing, previously communal, became regulated to minimize exposure. Travelers were increasingly scrutinized. Towns adopted primitive signage or coded signals to indicate sickness. Even minor actions, such as touching coins or crossing paths with a neighbor, were reframed within the lens of potential contagion. These adaptations, born of fear and necessity, were critical for survival.
Communities that observed such measures were more likely to endure, creating an unspoken framework of behavior that structured life under the shadow of plague.
Plague doctors, meanwhile, became intertwined with public imagination. Their costume, an amalgam of practicality and symbolic authority, embodied the era's blend of science, superstition, and ritual. Moving through streets and homes, they represented both hope and dread. Hope that guidance and observation might save lives, dread that their appearance signaled yet another death in the household. Their presence influenced behavior. Families prepared for inspection, adjusted routines, and adhered to rudimentary advice. Symbolism and psychology became as important as medical intervention, demonstrating the intertwined nature of human perception and practical survival. By the end of this period, Europe had endured waves of mortality, social adaptation, and behavioral restructuring. Towns and villages had developed patterns of caution, isolation, and ritual that allowed survival amid the plague's relentless spread. Families adjusted routines, markets continued in reduced form, and medical intervention, however limited, provided structure and reassurance. Communities learned, slowly and painfully, that survival depended on adaptation, observation, and the ability to navigate mortality with patience and pragmatism. The legacy of the plague doctors and the associated societal behaviors endured. Their symbolic presence and practical interventions shaped expectations of medical care. Communities, having internalized patterns of caution and adaptation, developed the foundation for future responses to epidemics. Life, though diminished and haunted by loss, persisted. The silent, slow rhythm of survival became the new normal. Psychological resilience, practical adaptation, and social restructuring coalesced into a society that, while scarred, endured the invisible enemy with quiet determination.
Eventually, the plague began to recede, though its retreat was uneven and unpredictable. Some towns experienced reprieves only to be hit again in subsequent waves. Others found the disease disappeared, leaving behind an eerie calm. Streets slowly filled with cautious movement, markets reopened, and the sound of children's voices returned, though now quieter and more measured. The absence of so many had permanently altered communities. Empty houses, abandoned farms, and vacant workshops served as silent memorials to the scale of mortality. Yet, despite the emptiness, life pressed forward, pragmatic and persistent, reshaping itself around the new realities. The plague's fading revealed long-term social consequences. Labor shortages persisted, giving surviving peasants and artisans unprecedented leverage. Wages increased, tenancy agreements shifted, and the rigid obligations of the feudal system weakened. Nobility, who had once relied on unquestioned authority, now faced communities with bargaining power, asserting rights previously denied. Revolts, minor though frequent, signaled the shifting balance. The Black Death had not merely reduced population, it had altered the very architecture of societal power, quietly, profoundly, and irreversibly. Economic systems, too, adapted.
Markets that had survived the height of mortality continued in reduced form, but with more structured practices. Merchants and shopkeepers maintained routines learned under the pressure of plague. Cautious interaction, measured trade, and limited personal contact. The experience of scarcity and high mortality encouraged the development of rudimentary risk management. Surviving communities learned to stockpile, ration, and prioritize essential trades. Apprenticeships in guilds adapted to fewer available hands, and cities adjusted production to the realities of lower labor availability. The economy became more pragmatic, less ambitious, but increasingly resilient.
The cultural memory of the plague was deeply embedded. Chroniclers recorded events in detail, blending observation, folklore, and moral commentary. Art and literature reflected mortality and fear, often with subtle allegory or symbolic imagery. Paintings of death, skeletons, and Memento Mori emerged not merely as artistic motifs, but as societal reflections of trauma and awareness. Stories of plague doctors, heroic or grotesque, circulated widely. Their iconic masks and measured movements became symbols of humanity's attempt to negotiate with mortality. Communities used these memories to structure understanding of disease, risk, and survival, laying the groundwork for both cautionary tales and cultural identity. Family structures slowly stabilized, though with notable change. Households had been permanently reduced, forcing adjustments in inheritance, marriage, and property management. Orphans and abandoned children found new roles within extended families or communal care networks. Domestic routines incorporated practices learned under plague conditions, isolation of the sick, cautious food handling, and ritualized cleanliness. These behaviors, born from necessity, became semi-permanent features of daily life, influencing future generations and subtly shifting social norms. Religious institutions adapted too. High clergy mortality had forced consolidation and retraining, and surviving priests adjusted rituals to the post-plague reality. Masses, processions, and sacramental duties continued, though now more pragmatically administered. Private devotion, previously secondary, became central in many households. Faith, intertwined with fear and practical adaptation, helped communities make sense of loss while offering psychological structure. Rituals of penance, prayer, and remembrance became codified elements of life after the plague, sustaining communal cohesion amid demographic collapse.
Education, limited though it was, also evolved. Monastic schools, early universities, and private tutors adjusted to fewer students and higher demand for practical skills. Literacy and record-keeping, often motivated by necessity during the epidemic, became tools for administration and survival. Knowledge of hygiene, observation, and rudimentary medicine persisted, informing practices in households and towns. Even superstitions, woven into cultural understanding, guided behavior in ways that had pragmatic outcomes, demonstrating that adaptation can emerge from fear, ritual, and observation simultaneously. Psychologically, survivors carried lasting impacts. The experience of constant mortality, isolation, and social disruption shaped perception, behavior, and expectations. Caution became habitual. Communities learned to value observation and prudence,
Individuals incorporated precautionary rituals into daily routines, from avoiding unnecessary contact to cleaning spaces and personal belongings. Even as normalcy returned, the memory of mortality shaped decision-making and social interaction, embedding resilience alongside residual trauma. The figure of the plague doctor, while less central in daily life after the waves receded, remained emblematic. Their presence had defined the epidemic experience, a blend of practical intervention, symbolic authority, and ritualized control over mortality. Stories, depictions, and memory ensured that the image of the beak mask persisted in cultural consciousness. It represented human ingenuity, fear, and adaptation, standing as a metaphor for the interplay between mortality and society's attempts to navigate it.
Eventually, Europe entered a period of slow reconstruction. Communities rebuilt, though sometimes in new configurations. Villages and towns adapted to population loss by consolidating resources and adjusting land use. Agricultural practices evolved to cope with labor shortages. Economic structures, from guilds to markets, reflected new realities of scarcity and leverage. Social hierarchies, previously rigid, accommodated the bargaining power of surviving laborers. Life resumed, quieter and more measured, structured by experience and caution rather than pre-plague assumptions. The Black Death's legacy, however, was not merely structural. It reshaped attitudes, culture, and social psychology. Mortality became visible, proximate, and permanent in collective consciousness. Rituals, both religious and domestic, incorporated lessons from experience. Economic, social, and cultural behaviors reflected adaptations born from necessity. Even art, literature, and folklore preserved the imprint of fear, observation, and human ingenuity in the face of indiscriminate death. Communities, though scarred, had endured, and their resilience became part of Europe's enduring cultural memory. The end of the plague waves did not mean a return to old life. Societies had fundamentally changed. Labor shortages and mortality redefined social hierarchies. Psychological adaptation influenced behavior for decades. Cultural memory encoded both fear and survival. Religious, economic, and social institutions incorporated the lessons of mortality, isolation, and practical adaptation. The beak mask, once a terrifying symbol of intervention, became a reminder of human resilience, ingenuity, and the quiet persistence of life, even in the shadow of death. Even centuries later, the story of the plague doctors, the beak masks, and the communities that endured remained a testament to human adaptation. The lessons were simple, if profound. Observe carefully, adjust practices, respect the unseen, and structure life to accommodate the inevitable. In doing so, Europe survived not only the physical effects of the plague, but also the psychological, social, and cultural upheavals it wrought. Life continued, quiet, deliberate, and cautious, shaped permanently by the presence of an invisible adversary and those strange, beaked figures who walked the streets as intermediaries between life and death.
With the immediate terror of the plague fading, Europe entered a period of cautious reconstruction. The once bustling towns were quieter, the roads less crowded, and the markets slower, yet life persisted, as it always does. Families, villages, and cities slowly adapted to the losses they had endured, incorporating practical lessons into daily routines. Isolation had become a habitual part of existence, caution an instinct, and ritual a framework for understanding and surviving the unpredictable. Even as people returned to normal activities, the shadow of mortality lingered quietly, shaping behavior and attitudes. One of the most enduring legacies of the plague was its impact on social structures. Peasants, laborers, and artisans discovered unprecedented leverage in the post-plague world. With so many workers gone, surviving individuals could negotiate wages, improve living conditions, and even move to different regions in search of opportunity. Feudal obligations, once rigidly enforced, became negotiable. Lords and landowners had to accommodate labor demands to ensure fields were harvested and estates maintained. In effect, the labor scarcity subtly undermined the traditional feudal hierarchy, empowering those who survived the disease and creating opportunities for modest social mobility. The economy, though disrupted, adapted and eventually stabilized. Markets and trade routes reopened, but the rhythms of commerce had changed. Merchants continued to practice caution, often keeping interactions brief, limiting the number of workers involved, and finding ways to reduce contact during transactions. Guilds adjusted to fewer apprentices, often teaching multiple trades to a single worker to maintain productivity. Labor scarcity prompted innovations, both in agriculture and in crafts, as communities experimented with methods to reduce dependency on large workforces. Survival had become intertwined with ingenuity, and even minor innovations could make the difference between success and collapse.
Cultural responses to the plague were profound. Artists, writers, and chroniclers documented the devastation, blending observation with symbolism. Skeletons, death scenes, and allegories of mortality appeared in paintings, sculptures, and illuminated manuscripts. Literature reflected loss, fear, and resilience. The stories of plague doctors, strange figures in bird-like masks, entered cultural consciousness as symbols of humanity's confrontation with mortality. Though their methods were limited in efficacy, their presence left a lasting imprint on collective memory. The beak mask became more than protective gear. It became a representation of the intersection between fear, observation, and human ingenuity. Psychologically, Europeans emerged profoundly changed. Life after the plague was quieter, slower, and more deliberate. People had internalized lessons in caution and observation.
Families adopted practices learned during the epidemic, separation of the sick, careful handling of food, and modest forms of hygiene. Even ordinary routines were informed by the experience of mortality and scarcity. Children who had survived grew up with heightened awareness, and generations that followed carried echoes of the behaviors learned during these dark years. Survival had shaped social norms as much as it had structured physical communities. Religious institutions, too, adapted in subtle ways. Clergy mortality had forced reorganization, and surviving members adjusted practices to accommodate post-plague realities. Private devotion became central to spiritual life in many households, while public rituals were cautiously maintained. Faith continued to provide psychological structure, even as communities reconciled with the limitations of divine intervention. Rituals of prayer, penance, and remembrance became ingrained, shaping the spiritual landscape for generations. Churches and monasteries, though diminished in number, remained vital social centers, their roles subtly transformed by necessity.
Cultural responses to the plague were profound. Artists, writers, and chroniclers documented the devastation, blending observation with symbolism. Skeletons, death scenes, and allegories of mortality appeared in paintings, sculptures, and illuminated manuscripts. Literature reflected loss, fear, and resilience. The stories of plague doctors, strange figures in bird-like masks, entered cultural consciousness as symbols of humanity's confrontation with mortality. Though their methods were limited in efficacy, their presence left a lasting imprint on collective memory. The beak mask became more than protective gear. It became a representation of the intersection between fear, observation, and human ingenuity. Psychologically, Europeans emerged profoundly changed. Life after the plague was quieter, slower, and more deliberate. People had internalized lessons in caution and observation. Families adopted practices learned during the epidemic: separation of the sick, careful handling of food, and modest forms of hygiene. Even ordinary routines were informed by the experience of mortality and scarcity. Children who had survived grew up with heightened awareness, and generations that followed carried echoes of the behaviors learned during these dark years. Survival had shaped social norms as much as it had structured physical communities. Religious institutions, too, adapted in subtle ways. Clergy mortality had forced reorganization, and surviving members adjusted practices to accommodate post-plague realities. Private devotion became central to spiritual life in many households, while public rituals were cautiously maintained. Faith continued to provide psychological structure, even as communities reconciled with the limitations of divine intervention. Rituals of prayer, penance, and remembrance became ingrained, shaping the spiritual landscape for generations. Churches and monasteries, though diminished in number, remained vital social centers, their roles subtly transformed by necessity.
In sum, the plague's aftermath was a blend of loss and adaptation. Europe had been reshaped socially, economically, culturally, and psychologically. Life resumed, but not as it had been. Mortality, scarcity, and fear had rewritten routines, reinforced caution,
and created structures for survival. Communities developed resilience through adaptation, balancing the memory of devastation with the necessities of rebuilding. The legacy of the beak-masked doctors, the quiet streets, and the cautious households became part of a broader narrative. Life, though fragile and unpredictable, persisted through observation, measured intervention, and ritual. Communities that survived did so not through heroic conquest of the disease, but through patience, caution, and quiet adaptation, a pattern that resonates through history as a subtle, enduring lesson in resilience.
As Europe settled into the post-plague era, the memory of the epidemic remained vivid, not merely in chronicles or art, but in everyday life. Streets that had emptied during the height of mortality slowly repopulated, yet there was a quiet vigilance in movement, conversation, and routine. Families, communities, and institutions had internalized the lessons of observation, caution, and isolation. Life was no longer lived with carefree abandon. Rather, it was measured, deliberate, and subtly guided by awareness of mortality. The plague had permanently altered social hierarchies. Laborers and peasants, previously constrained by feudal obligations, had gained leverage through scarcity of workforce. Wage increases, better working conditions, and the ability to negotiate tenancy reflected this new reality. In some regions, traditional feudal authority weakened as the surviving population realized that labor was not infinite and that survival came with bargaining power. The social landscape shifted quietly, almost imperceptibly, yet fundamentally. Survivors, having endured the epidemic, emerged with greater autonomy and a clearer understanding of the value of their labor. Economic activity, too, adapted. Markets, previously chaotic with unregulated crowding, incorporated behavioral adaptations learned under pressure of plague. Merchants and artisans conducted transactions with more caution, minimizing physical interaction and carefully managing labor. Guilds, forced to cope with fewer apprentices, trained workers to perform multiple trades, ensuring continuity of production. Farming practices adjusted to limited manpower, sometimes with innovation in tools or techniques to compensate for absent laborers. The economy, constrained yet resilient, reflected a society that had survived catastrophe by pragmatic adaptation. Cultural memory preserved the plague's lessons in multiple forms. Literature, art, and folklore recorded both fear and survival. Paintings of death, Memento Mori, and depictions of plague doctors with their beak masks persisted across generations. Chroniclers meticulously recorded mortality patterns, treatment attempts, and social behaviors, creating a corpus of practical and symbolic knowledge. Even centuries later, the image of the beak mask remained emblematic of human confrontation with unseen, indifferent forces. It symbolized observation, precaution, and ritualized engagement with mortality, a psychological and cultural tool as much as a medical one. Psychological impacts endured. Individuals who survived the epidemic had been shaped by prolonged exposure to mortality, isolation, and social disruption. Caution became a habit. Vigilance was instinctive.
households maintained practices learned during the plague, separating the sick, managing food carefully, and observing hygienic practices to the best of contemporary knowledge. Children raised during this period internalized the principles of survival, which influenced behavior in adulthood. These adaptations, though subtle, influenced social norms, interaction, and daily routines for decades. Religious and spiritual institutions continued to play a central role in providing structure and meaning. Clergy mortality had forced reorganization, while survivors adapted rituals to new social realities. Prayer, penance, and commemoration became embedded in household and communal practices. Religious guidance, tempered by lived experience of mortality, helped communities reconcile with grief and maintain social cohesion. Ritualized observances, often involving modest adaptation of older practices, provided stability in the midst of uncertainty.
Health practices, while primitive, continued to evolve. Isolation of the sick, cautious handling of materials, and observation of early symptoms persisted as normative behavior. Herbs, fumigation, and symbolic remedies were integrated into domestic routines, providing both a sense of protection and continuity with pre-existing practices. Observation, avoidance, and structured interaction became part of the cultural toolkit for navigating risk, reflecting the pragmatic blending of superstition, empirical observation, and adaptive behavior. The figure of the plague doctor, central during the epidemic, remained culturally significant even after their practical necessity diminished. Their distinctive attire, the long robes, wide-brimmed hats, gloves, and beak-shaped masks stuffed with aromatic substances, continued to capture the imagination. They symbolized humanity's attempt to impose order on chaos, blending observation, ritual, and precaution in a visible, memorable form. Their presence in stories, art, and cultural memory ensured that the lessons of the epidemic were transmitted long after the disease itself had receded. As life gradually stabilized, European society retained permanent adaptations. Social norms incorporated caution. Markets and labor adapted to scarcity. Families managed mortality risk through structured routines. Communities had endured, not through heroic conquest of the disease, but through patience, observation, and incremental adjustment. The epidemic left psychological, cultural, and structural imprints, quietly reshaping social, economic, and domestic life. Even as mortality rates normalized, the lessons of survival persisted, encoded in behavior, memory, and institutions.
Ultimately, the story of the beak-masked plague doctors is less about medical success and more about human resilience. They were a symbol of society's attempt to manage what could not be fully controlled, a figure embodying observation, precaution, and the ritualized coping strategies necessary in the face of mortality. Their iconic appearance endured in cultural consciousness as a reminder of the delicate balance between life and death, fear and adaptation, chaos
and order. Europe's survival, quiet and measured, demonstrated that even in the shadow of relentless mortality, human societies could adapt, persist, and quietly rebuild. The Black Death and the figure of the plague doctor in particular left a legacy that extended beyond immediate survival. Social hierarchies shifted, economic structures adapted, cultural memory preserved lessons in mortality and caution, and psychological resilience became a defining characteristic of communities that endured. Observation, practical intervention, and ritualized coping strategies merged into a pattern of behavior that would influence generations. The beak mask, both bizarre and practical, became emblematic of a society navigating an indifferent and invisible adversary, a quiet testament to humanity's ability to adapt and persist even under relentless pressure. In this way, the plague doctors, their beak masks, and the communities they served offer more than a historical anecdote. They provide a lens into the interplay between fear, adaptation, and survival, demonstrating how societies respond to catastrophe, not only through immediate measures, but also through the slow, subtle integration of experience into daily life. The legacy is enduring. Communities that survive do so through careful observation, measured response, and the quiet accumulation of knowledge, encoded in ritual, behavior, and cultural memory. Life, though forever altered, continues, guided by the lessons of the past and the vigilance of the present.
The story of the Black Death doesn't begin in Europe, as many imagine, but far away in the vast expanse of Central Asia. Picture a landscape of steppes, mountains, and deserts, where nomadic tribes roamed and trade caravans snaked across a network that would eventually be called the Silk Road. This was no leisurely stroll. Merchants traveled for months, carrying silk, spices, and precious metals. And, of course, along for the ride were the silent passengers that would make history, black rats and the fleas they carried. These tiny, uninvited travelers were the vectors of what would become one of humanity's deadliest pandemics. The first whispers of plague, or the Great Pestilence, as chroniclers would later call it, emerged in these remote regions. Fleas, carrying the bacterium Yersinia pestis, jumped from rats to humans, sparking initial outbreaks in villages and caravan hubs. Nomadic tribes, unaware of germ theory or even the basics of hygiene, spread infection along trade routes as they moved livestock, tents, and goods. The disease was indiscriminate. Rich and poor, young and old, all were vulnerable. Yet these early outbreaks were relatively contained, limited by geography and the slower pace of human movement compared to modern travel. Still, the stage was set for a journey that would span continents. The Mongol Empire, stretching from the Pacific to Eastern Europe, played an unintentional role in the spread of the plague. Its vast network of roads and settlements, designed for trade, military expeditions, and governance, created ideal conditions for disease transmission. Caravans carrying silk, grain, and other goods inadvertently carried rats and fleas as well. Along the way, cities with denser populations began to experience higher mortality, though communication was slow, and awareness of the disease's true nature was minimal. The first recorded signs of panic were isolated, local, and mostly anecdotal, yet the bacterium was quietly tracing its path westward.
One infamous episode, often cited in both historical and sensational accounts, took place at the port of Kaffa on the Black Sea. Here, the Mongol army, besieging the Genoese-controlled city, reportedly used infected corpses as a biological weapon, catapulting bodies over city walls. Whether this was deliberate or merely opportunistic exposure is debated, but the effect was undeniable. The inhabitants of Kaffa were exposed to plague in an environment where close quarters and limited sanitation made containment nearly impossible. Panic set in. Some residents attempted to flee by ship, and thus the disease began its westward maritime journey, carried unknowingly by those seeking escape. Ships departing from Kaffa, bound for ports across the Mediterranean, became floating vectors. Sailors, often already infected or in close contact with the sick, carried the disease to new shores. Rats, stowaways in the holds of cargo vessels, facilitated transmission. One of the most dramatic moments occurred in 1347 when Genoese trading ships reached the Sicilian port of Messina. Authorities, observing the horrifying condition of the crews, many dead, the survivors covered in black boils, attempted to turn the ships away. Too late. The plague had already leapt ashore. This moment marks the historical introduction of the Black Death into Europe, but it had been traveling thousands of miles before that point, moving along a complex web of trade, migration, and human interaction. The mechanics of transmission were subtle yet devastating. Fleas, small and nearly invisible, could survive weeks without feeding, transferring from rats to humans with terrifying efficiency. A single infected flea could cause death in a matter of days. Humans, unaware of the connection between rats, fleas, and disease, often attributed outbreaks to divine punishment, miasma, or curses. This misunderstanding influenced how societies responded. Rituals, prayers, and superstitions predominated over practical measures, though some communities inadvertently reduced transmission through isolation and avoidance.
The spread of the plague along the Silk Road demonstrates the interplay between commerce, human behavior, and biology. Trade was the bloodline of many cities and empires. Cutting it off was nearly impossible. Merchants prioritized profit over precaution, while travelers sought opportunity or survival. Fleas and rats, oblivious to human intentions, moved efficiently through this network, exploiting density and mobility. What began as small, localized outbreaks gradually coalesced into a pandemic. By the time news, or rumor, reached Europe, the disease had already traversed roughly 13,000 miles, touching countless communities along the way. The human toll in the early stages is difficult to quantify. Villages in Central Asia and along trade hubs experienced repeated waves of illness. Population recovery was slow.
high mortality disrupted agriculture, trade, and governance. Yet these societies adapted, often instinctively through isolation, avoidance, and selective mobility. Some caravans rerouted to avoid infected towns, while others unknowingly accelerated transmission. Patterns of survival and death were uneven, influenced by geography, density, and timing. The plague, though indiscriminate in its biology, created a new geography of risk that shaped human behavior for years to come.
As the plague moved westward, the Black Sea became a critical conduit. The port city of Kaffa had already provided a grim demonstration of how human conflict could amplify disease. Genoese merchants, fleeing siege and contagion, loaded their ships with goods, and, inadvertently, with plague-infected rats and fleas. These vessels set out across the Mediterranean, a silent but highly effective delivery system for one of history's deadliest diseases. What the sailors did not realize, of course, was that they were carrying death across borders and seas far faster than any army could have achieved. The first European city to encounter these death ships was Messina in Sicily in late 1347. 12 Genoese ships arrived from the Black Sea, their crews largely dead, the remaining sailors covered in boils, some barely able to stand. Townspeople, curious and perhaps brave, or foolish, depending on perspective, approached the docks only to witness the horrifying spectacle. Authorities attempted to quarantine the vessels, ordering them out of the harbor, but the damage was already done. The plague had stepped ashore. Within days, the city experienced its first wave of deaths. Panic, confusion, and fear spread alongside the disease as residents struggled to understand an invisible, relentless threat. From Sicily, the plague spread quickly through Mediterranean trade routes. Genoese and Venetian merchants, the lifeblood of commerce, unknowingly facilitated the epidemic's westward and northward expansion. Coastal towns and trading hubs, reliant on maritime commerce, were particularly vulnerable. Ports in southern France, Spain, and North Africa soon reported outbreaks. Ships carrying goods and rats continued to arrive, each vessel a potential seed of infection. By early 1348, the plague had reached Marseille, Toulon, and other cities along the Mediterranean coast. Travel, trade, and curiosity all became vectors, highlighting the complicated interplay between commerce and contagion. In northern Italy, cities such as Genoa and Venice faced the plague with a mixture of panic and superstition. Residents tried rudimentary quarantines, separating incoming travelers and fumigating cargo, but these measures were often inconsistent and poorly enforced. Some communities resorted to symbolic protection, herbs, incense, and ritualistic cleansing of streets and homes. Others attempted to isolate themselves entirely, locking doors and refusing entry to outsiders. These adaptations were partially effective, but only in isolated pockets. The disease spread with such stealth that even those cautious enough to practice quarantine sometimes fell victim to a stray flea or an unnoticed rat. The journey of the plague was not uniform. Some regions experienced rapid mortality, while others endured sporadic, less intense waves. Trade routes and human behavior dictated its path.
Cities with denser populations, higher traffic, and greater connectivity suffered more immediate devastation. Rural areas experienced delayed exposure, but were not spared. The epidemiological map of Europe during this period reflects both biology and human behavior. Where people congregated, traveled, and traded, the disease followed. Where isolation, sparse population, or delayed contact occurred, the spread slowed. Yet even these slower regions could not escape entirely. Alongside physical transmission, psychological effects traveled as well. News of death, rumors of contagion, and stories of ships arriving with dead crews spread panic before the disease itself arrived. Communities began to prepare in a mixture of practical and superstitious ways. Merchants cleaned cargo, families avoided outsiders, and towns enacted ordinances to restrict movement. Clergy preached penance and divine punishment, while local healers offered herbal remedies and fumigation practices. These interventions reflected human attempts to impose order and meaning on an otherwise uncontrollable event, blending observation, ritual, and superstition in ways that would persist for generations.
The Mongol influence, both direct and indirect, continued to shape the disease's path. Central Asian trade networks funneled goods and people westward, providing continuous opportunities for infected fleas and rats to move. Nomadic tribes, military campaigns, and caravans all contributed to the chain of transmission. In some instances, infected individuals unknowingly traveled hundreds of miles before succumbing, seeding outbreaks in new communities. Mortality often struck suddenly, leaving empty villages and disrupted towns in its wake. The scale of disruption was unprecedented in Europe for centuries, and its reach was facilitated entirely by the patterns of human commerce and mobility established long before modern infrastructure. By the end of 1348, the plague had spread from Sicily across much of southern Europe. From there, it moved into northern Italy, Provence, and southern France, carried along both coastal shipping lanes and overland trade routes. Cities like Florence, Genoa, and Marseille became epicenters of mortality. The disease traveled faster than any contemporary government could respond, faster than rumors could fully warn populations, and faster than superstition could mitigate. Observation and avoidance helped in some isolated cases, but the overall trajectory was unstoppable. Humans, unaware of the mechanisms of transmission, were effectively powerless to halt its movement.
One particularly grim feature of the epidemic's journey was its ability to exploit social and economic connections. High-ranking merchants, clergy, and officials traveled to conduct business or attend court, unknowingly spreading the disease. Villagers visiting markets or fairs carried infection between settlements. Even religious pilgrimages, a staple of medieval European life, became vectors. Mobility, necessary for trade and society, paradoxically accelerated the plague's spread. The disease was both a biological and social phenomenon, thriving in the interconnections that defined medieval Europe. The early European experience of the plague was marked by confusion, fear, and improvisation. Mortality rates were staggering.
Families lost multiple members within days. Entire neighborhoods emptied as the healthy fled or succumbed. The physical toll was compounded by social and economic disruption. Trade slowed, agricultural cycles faltered, and civic authorities struggled to maintain order. Even when communities attempted quarantine or fumigation, partial understanding of contagion and the limitations of available knowledge rendered many measures inadequate. Yet the human response, pragmatic, ritualized, and superstitious, demonstrated the capacity for adaptation even amid overwhelming mortality.
By 1349, the plague had crossed the Alps and spread into northern Italy and the southern regions of France, continuing its relentless march toward the heart of Europe. Cities such as Milan, Venice, and Florence experienced waves of mortality that emptied streets and disrupted trade. Merchants who had once prided themselves on bustling markets found that stalls remained unstaffed, goods spoiled in warehouses, and communication slowed. The disease, invisible but insistent, moved faster than people could understand or respond, exploiting patterns of human mobility with ruthless efficiency. The social impact of the plague became immediately apparent. Families struggled to cope with the rapid loss of loved ones. Households collapsed under the weight of mortality, leaving orphans, widows, and the elderly vulnerable. Communities attempted to enforce quarantines, often marking homes with visible signs of sickness, but these measures were inconsistent. Fear often outweighed logic. In some cases, neighbors abandoned one another, leaving the sick to die alone. In other instances, practical cooperation persisted, demonstrating that survival required a delicate balance of compassion and self-preservation. Merchants and travelers continued to play a pivotal role in transmission. Northern European trade routes connecting cities like Bruges, Ghent, and Cologne became vectors for disease. Fleas riding on rats in cargo crates, on pack animals, and even on human clothing spread rapidly. Towns with high connectivity experienced earlier and more severe outbreaks, while more isolated villages sometimes enjoyed temporary reprieve. Patterns of disease followed commerce, reflecting the interplay between human behavior and biological contagion. Mobility, the engine of trade, became an unintended mechanism of mortality.
Medical understanding remained rudimentary. Physicians and healers relied more on theory than observation. Many subscribed to the concept of miasma, the idea that foul air caused disease. Remedies included fumigation, herbs, bloodletting, and isolation, with varying degrees of effectiveness. Plague doctors, already iconic in Italian cities, were present in northern regions as well. Their beak masks, long robes, and cane were as much a psychological comfort as a protective measure, signaling authority, ritualized care, and practical observation. Communities interpreted their presence as guidance, even if it did little to halt the spread of infection. Religious interpretations of the plague flourished. Clergy preached about divine punishment, sin, and moral reckoning. Flagellants, men and women who whipped themselves in public penance, traveled from town to town, drawing attention,
curiosity, and sometimes fear. Pilgrimage continued, though diminished, carrying the disease along established routes. Spiritual and ritual responses provided psychological structure, helping communities make sense of random mortality and the seeming indifference of the natural world. Yet these practices also contributed to the movement of people and the inadvertent spread of disease. The human toll in Northern Europe was staggering. Entire neighborhoods experienced mortality rates upwards of 50%, leaving streets eerily silent. Markets, workshops, and civic centers operated with skeleton crews or closed entirely. Agriculture suffered as labor shortages disrupted planting and harvest cycles. Urban populations, accustomed to dense living, were particularly vulnerable. Social bonds frayed, yet the necessity of survival compelled adaptation. Families devised strategies for care, burial, and resource management. Communities learned to balance fear with practical action, improvising routines that preserved life where possible.
Isolation and quarantine measures evolved, sometimes successfully. Towns built rudimentary barriers, restricting movement and access. Wealthier households could afford to seclude themselves, while poorer populations relied on distance and observation. Public health responses were inconsistent, but pockets of relative safety demonstrated that even limited understanding of disease transmission could reduce mortality. Observation, avoidance, and selective interaction became essential tools for survival. Communities that adapted learned slowly, often at the cost of devastating loss, but experience reinforced the efficacy of precautionary behavior. Northern European cities also witnessed the collapse of traditional labor hierarchies. Artisans, guild members, and peasants gained bargaining power due to scarcity. Wages increased, services became more valuable, and labor mobility rose. Economic necessity sometimes overrode social convention, forcing authorities to negotiate with surviving workers to maintain essential functions. The plague accelerated existing economic shifts, demonstrating that demographic collapse could reshape social and financial structures quietly but profoundly. Children and young adults were particularly affected. With parents, siblings, and extended family lost to disease, they assumed responsibilities beyond their years. Orphans were cared for by neighbors, distant relatives, or charitable institutions, often learning survival through observation and necessity. Daily routines incorporated lessons of caution, hygiene, and avoidance, instilling behavioral patterns that would persist long after the epidemic's peak. The psychological imprint of early exposure to widespread mortality created a generation uniquely attuned to risk and survival strategies.
By 1350, the plague continued its march into Germany, the Low Countries, and even England. Cities such as London, Cologne, and Bruges became epicenters of mortality. Public health measures varied widely, from strict isolation of households to symbolic fumigation rituals.
Mortality continued at a staggering pace, yet communities gradually adapted. Trade, while disrupted, resumed cautiously. Markets reopened under new behavioral norms. Social and economic routines adjusted to reduced populations, reflecting the intersection of fear, necessity, and adaptation. Despite the horror, human ingenuity persisted. Communities improvised burial practices, such as mass graves, to cope with the staggering death toll. Clergy and volunteers organized rudimentary public health measures. Merchants adapted cargo handling to reduce risk, and artisans learned to operate with smaller crews. Even superstition played a functional role. Avoidance of the sick, symbolic fumigation, and ritual behaviors sometimes reduced exposure. Survival depended on a mixture of observation, adaptation, and cautious pragmatism. By the mid-1350s, Northern Europe had endured multiple waves of plague. Mortality remained high, but patterns of human behavior and adaptation began to stabilize communities. Observation, avoidance, ritual, and practical intervention merged into survival strategies that would persist in European society. Cities and towns learned to coexist with the disease, incorporating lessons from the movement of rats, fleas, and infected humans. Cultural memory began to codify these lessons, embedding precaution, vigilance, and ritual into daily life for generations to come.
As the plague slowly receded in Northern Europe, the damage it had wrought remained vividly apparent. Entire towns had been depopulated, households shattered, and traditional hierarchies destabilized. Streets that were once bustling marketplaces remained eerily quiet for weeks, then gradually repopulated, often with a mix of cautious optimism and lingering dread. Communities learned, sometimes painfully, that recovery would not be immediate. Social structures, economies, and cultural habits had all been permanently altered. One of the most profound effects was on labor and social hierarchies. With a significant portion of the workforce decimated, surviving peasants, artisans, and laborers found themselves in a position of relative power. Landowners who once wielded absolute control over their tenants were forced to negotiate wages and working conditions. In some cases, this shift led to subtle yet revolutionary changes in social dynamics. Mobility increased, as workers could move between towns seeking better terms, and labor became an asset rather than a commodity to exploit unilaterally. Feudal systems, already under strain from demographic pressures, began to weaken in response. Economic practices likewise adapted to the new reality. Trade routes reopened, but merchants had learned lessons from the earlier devastation. Cargo handling, storage, and travel practices were adjusted to reduce the risk of exposure. Guilds, vital in urban economies, adapted apprenticeship structures to account for lost generations of craftsmen. Surviving artisans often learned multiple trades to maintain productivity, and local markets operated with more cautious rhythms. Scarcity shaped innovation. Tools and processes were modified to optimize output with fewer workers. Necessity, in this case, proved to be a surprisingly effective teacher.
Cultural and psychological adaptations were equally significant. Mortality became an unavoidable backdrop to everyday life, and rituals reflecting this awareness emerged everywhere. Religious observances incorporated remembrance of the dead, with prayers, masses, and processions blending spiritual and communal coping. Art and literature reflected mortality, sometimes with grim realism, often with allegorical flourishes. Depictions of death, skeletons, and symbolic memento mori became common in illuminated manuscripts and wall paintings. These images served as both memorial and practical reminder, embedding lessons of caution and reflection into cultural consciousness. Communities adopted new health behaviors, albeit limited by the medical understanding of the era. Isolation of the sick became routine in some regions. Fumigation practices were applied to homes and public spaces, and care routines evolved to minimize exposure. Herbs, aromatic substances, and ritual fumigation offered symbolic protection as much as practical mitigation. Observation of illness and early symptoms became central to survival strategies. Humans, never passive, learned from repeated exposure, developing adaptive behaviors that balanced fear with pragmatism. The movement of plague also highlighted the interconnectedness of Europe and the broader Eurasian world. Trade, migration, and warfare had facilitated rapid disease transmission, demonstrating the vulnerability of interconnected societies. Ports, caravan hubs, and roads were both economic lifelines and conduits of mortality. While merchants, travelers, and clergy unintentionally spread the disease, their activities also ensured the slow dissemination of adaptive strategies. Knowledge of isolation, quarantine, and behavioral caution spread alongside the pathogen, forming the foundation for future public health practices.
By 1351, the epidemic's immediate waves had begun to subside in many northern regions, though sporadic outbreaks persisted. Recovery was uneven. Cities with strong trade connections bounced back economically, albeit more cautiously, while rural communities faced prolonged demographic gaps. Population densities, essential for agriculture and economic activity, required years to stabilize. Communities adjusted by reorganizing land use, consolidating households, and integrating orphans and widows into surviving family structures. These changes reflected pragmatic adaptation in response to profound demographic shock. Psychologically, the imprint of the plague was long-lasting. Individuals who survived had experienced extreme mortality firsthand, and this shaped behavior, decision-making, and social interaction for decades. Precaution, observation, and social vigilance became habitual. Families integrated hygiene and risk avoidance into daily life, while community rituals reinforced behavioral norms. Children raised during this period absorbed lessons of mortality and adaptation, creating a generation uniquely attuned to risk and survival. Societies collectively learned the value of caution, observation, and incremental adaptation in response to invisible threats. Religious life reflected both fear and adaptation. Clergy mortality had forced reorganization,
and surviving religious institutions adjusted rituals to accommodate new realities. Pilgrimages resumed cautiously, ritual practices incorporated quarantine or isolation, and prayer and penance remained central to communal coping. Faith provided structure, even as communities reconciled with the limits of divine intervention. In some cases, ritual and superstition coexisted with practical behavior, producing a hybrid approach to risk management that would influence European societies for generations.
The plague also influenced governance and civic responsibility. Authorities recognized the importance of coordinating responses, whether through isolation orders, burial regulations, or trade restrictions. Civic planning, previously informal, became more structured in some regions, incorporating lessons learned from mortality, crowding, and disease transmission. The epidemic, though devastating, offered a template for civic adaptation that would echo in later public health measures. Observation, record-keeping, and cautious regulation became slowly institutionalized, even without formal understanding of germ theory. The journey of the plague from Central Asia to Europe illustrates the complexity of human-environment interaction. Trade, mobility, warfare, and commerce facilitated rapid spread, while human ingenuity, adaptation, and observation provided the tools for survival. The story is one of interconnectedness and unintended consequences, of tiny organisms exploiting global networks, and of societies learning to navigate catastrophe. In tracing the 13,000-mile journey, one observes not just the transmission of disease, but the transmission of knowledge, behavioral adaptation, and cultural memory. Even as the disease receded, the lessons endured. Communities retained practices of isolation, observation, and ritual. Economic structures adjusted to new labor realities. Social hierarchies were subtly reshaped. Cultural memory preserved the terror and the adaptation strategies. Life resumed quieter and more deliberate, informed by experience. The plague had traveled thousands of miles, but it left behind more than mortality. It left knowledge, behavioral adaptation, and a subtle restructuring of society that would resonate for generations.
By 1352, the Black Death had reached the northern coasts and inland regions of Western Europe. Cities like Paris, London, and Bruges were grappling with the consequences of a disease that moved faster than any army, faster than any government could respond, and certainly faster than common understanding allowed. Streets emptied as people fled or hid in fear. Markets slowed, workshops closed, and trade, the lifeblood of medieval economies, faced unprecedented disruption. The disease had become a master navigator, exploiting patterns of commerce, migration, and social interaction with deadly efficiency. Human behavior became both an obstacle and an inadvertent coping mechanism. Families isolated the sick where possible, sometimes building temporary enclosures or restricting movement within homes. Communities marked homes of the infected, attempting rudimentary quarantine. Even if not fully effective by modern standards, these measures reduced some risk and demonstrated a slow accumulation of experiential knowledge. Social rituals, often intended for spiritual or symbolic purposes, coincidentally provided limited practical protection. The line between superstition and pragmatism blurred, illustrating how human societies adapt to invisible threats, even with incomplete understanding.
The plague profoundly altered social dynamics. Labor shortages shifted power towards surviving workers. Peasants and artisans could negotiate wages or demand better conditions in ways previously unimaginable. Urban guilds restructured, often combining trades or consolidating apprenticeships to maintain production with fewer hands. Landowners, dependent on labor for agriculture, were forced to adjust expectations and contracts. Traditional hierarchies flexed under demographic pressure, demonstrating that even rigid medieval systems could bend when faced with overwhelming population loss.
Cultural memory recorded the catastrophe with meticulous attention. Chroniclers noted mortality, behavioral patterns, and social disruption. Artists depicted death, disease, and memento mori, embedding reminders of human vulnerability into visual and literary culture. These depictions were often stark, yet intertwined with subtle humor or irony. Plague doctors, in their iconic beak masks and robes, appeared in sketches and accounts not only as practical figures, but as symbols of human ingenuity and ritualized coping. Their presence, both real and symbolic, left a lasting imprint on European consciousness. Religious life reflected both continuity and adaptation. Clergy mortality had forced reorganization, and spiritual institutions adjusted rituals to reflect demographic and social realities. Prayer, penance, and communal remembrance offered psychological support, while providing structure to communities in disarray. Pilgrimages, although reduced in scale, continued cautiously. Ritual and superstition persisted alongside practical adaptation, blending to form a hybrid response to crisis that shaped European society for generations. Mortality and demographic collapse created new patterns of survival and adaptation. Orphans and widows became part of extended households. Laborers shifted roles, and communities reorganized to maintain essential functions. Practical responses, such as isolation of the sick, careful handling of goods, and avoidance of crowded spaces, were reinforced by repeated exposure to disease and loss. Humans, ever adaptive, learned to navigate risk with a mixture of caution, observation, and ritualized behavior, creating behavioral norms that persisted long after the immediate threat had passed.
The economic consequences were profound and enduring. With labor in short supply, wages rose. Artisan skills became more valuable, and economic mobility increased. Urban centers rebuilt cautiously, integrating laborers and artisans into new patterns of production. Agricultural practices adapted to reduced labor availability, sometimes with innovation in tools, crop rotation, or collaborative work. Trade, while initially slowed, resumed with new structures that balanced necessity with risk. Economic and social adaptation became intertwined, ensuring both survival and incremental recovery. Psychologically, the impact of the plague was generational. Survivors internalized patterns of caution and vigilance, while children who grew up amid loss carried these lessons into adulthood. Behavior, ritual, and social norms
reflected these experiences. Families adopted permanent routines of risk awareness, and communities codified practices that mitigated exposure to disease. Even after mortality rates normalized, behavioral adaptations persisted, influencing social conduct and cultural expectations. By the mid-1350s, Europe had endured the worst of the pandemic. The Black Death had traveled 13,000 miles from its origins in Central Asia to the furthest reaches of Western Europe, leaving a transformed continent in its wake. Communities, though traumatized, had adapted. Economies were rebuilding. Social hierarchies were adjusting. Cultural memory was codifying lessons, and psychological resilience had become a subtle but pervasive legacy. Observation, cautious behavior, and ritualized practices had emerged as central strategies for survival, reflecting the enduring influence of the epidemic on daily life.
Ultimately, the journey of the plague highlights the intersection of biology, human behavior, and society. Disease exploited human networks, trade routes, cities, migration patterns. Yet the human response, imperfect and often rooted in superstition, demonstrated the capacity for adaptation and survival. The Black Death reshaped demographics, economies, social structures, and cultural memory, leaving a lasting imprint that extended far beyond the immediate waves of mortality. Communities survived not through understanding the pathogen, but through observation, adaptation, and cautious pragmatism. Humanity, as always, endured. By the late 1350s, the immediate waves of the Black Death had begun to subside across Europe, but its effects were far from over. Cities and towns, while slowly repopulating, bore the scars of demographic collapse. Entire generations had been lost, and the social, economic, and psychological consequences persisted for decades. The plague was no longer merely a biological event. It had become a historical agent, reshaping society in subtle and profound ways. One enduring effect was on population distribution and urbanization. Many villages and towns were depopulated or abandoned entirely. Survivors migrated to areas where labor demand was high, particularly cities with functional trade networks. Urban centers, once congested and vulnerable, adapted to new realities. Housing, sanitation, and municipal regulations slowly evolved as authorities sought to maintain stability in the aftermath of demographic shock. These adjustments were primitive, often inconsistent, but they reflected an emerging awareness of population management and public health, even if unarticulated in scientific terms.
Economic transformations were equally striking. Labor shortages gave rise to higher wages, improved conditions, and increased bargaining power for surviving workers. Artisans often combined multiple trades to meet demand, and guild structures adapted to smaller workforces. Landowners, reliant on tenant labor, were compelled to negotiate rather than impose authority unilaterally. The medieval economy previously rigid and hierarchical, became more flexible. Scarcity drove innovation and adaptation, whether in agriculture, trade, or craft production. Communities learned slowly and painfully that survival required adjustment to the realities of a diminished and traumatized population. Social structures also shifted. Feudal authority weakened in many regions, while communal and familial bonds were reinforced by necessity. Orphans and widows became integrated into extended households or charitable institutions. Local governance adapted to a population in flux, incorporating lessons of crisis management, resource allocation, and communal cooperation. Even in the absence of formal institutions, the behavioral adaptations imposed by the epidemic became embedded in daily life. Observation, cautious interaction, and ritualized practices created a culture of survival that persisted long after the pathogen receded. Plague memory preserved both terror and adaptation. Literature, art, and folklore documented the journey of the plague and its human consequences. The movement of the disease along trade routes became a story of cause and effect, even if contemporary understanding misattributed the mechanisms. Plague imagery, skeletons, death carts, and Memento Mori remained in cultural consciousness for centuries. The symbolic and practical significance of these representations reflected both historical experience and imaginative interpretation, blending observation with narrative to preserve lessons for future generations.
The psychological impact of the epidemic endured across generations. Survivors, having witnessed the collapse of social and familial structures, internalized behaviors oriented toward vigilance and survival. Children raised during the epidemic carried forward patterns of caution, observation, and structured behavior. Communities developed implicit knowledge of disease avoidance, which was reinforced through ritual, observation, and anecdotal experience. These behaviors became normalized over time, creating a lasting imprint on social conduct. Trade networks, both terrestrial and maritime, were permanently affected. Merchants adapted routes, cargo handling, and practices to reduce risk. Ports and cities developed rudimentary inspection and isolation routines. Caravans adjusted itineraries, sometimes delaying departure or avoiding towns affected by outbreaks. While these measures could not halt future epidemics entirely, they reflected an emerging awareness of the connection between mobility and disease, an understanding that would inform public health practices for centuries. Religious and ritual responses persisted, blending spiritual solace with practical adaptation. Clergy reorganized communities, adapted rituals, and provided guidance for survival. Pilgrimages resumed with caution, and religious observances incorporated both remembrance of the dead and preventative behavior. Spiritual practice, superstition, and practical response intertwined, creating a holistic framework for coping with mortality that combined belief, observation, and incremental learning. The story of the plague's 13,000-mile journey is, in many ways, a story of human resilience and adaptation. From the steppes of Central Asia to the ports of the Mediterranean, through Northern and Western Europe,
the disease exploited patterns of mobility, trade, and social interaction. But along the way, humans learned, adapted, and codified behaviors that enhanced survival. Isolation, observation, practical precaution, and ritual became central strategies for enduring catastrophe. Communities survived not through scientific understanding, which was minimal, but through a combination of pragmatism, observation, and social adaptation.
Even centuries later, the memory of the plague influenced European society. Public health measures, urban planning, and social norms reflected lessons learned during the pandemic. Cultural representations, from literature to visual art, preserved both horror and adaptive strategy. Economic structures remained adjusted to new realities of labor and scarcity. Social hierarchies, while resilient, incorporated the lessons of mortality and scarcity. The epidemic, though invisible and silent, reshaped human society in lasting ways. Ultimately, the 13,000-mile journey of the plague demonstrates the interplay between biology, human behavior, and society. Fleas and rats acted as vectors. Trade routes facilitated rapid movement, and human mobility created networks that amplified contagion. Yet humans, even in the absence of modern knowledge, adapted through observation, ritual, and cautious behavior. The epidemic left a profound legacy: demographic shifts, economic transformation, cultural memory, and behavioral adaptation. Europe, scarred but enduring, emerged with new structures, habits, and understanding of survival in a connected world. The plague's path from Central Asia to Western Europe illustrates not just the movement of disease, but the evolution of human response to catastrophe. Observation, adaptation, and practical intervention became central to survival, while cultural memory ensured that lessons persisted beyond immediate experience. Mortality was high, fear pervasive, and social disruption immense, yet humanity endured. Life resumed, slower, quieter, and more deliberate, guided by the lessons of a journey that spanned thousands of miles and reshaped the course of European history forever.
The Black Death was more than a pandemic. It was a societal earthquake. Almost half of Europe's population vanished in a few short years, leaving empty fields, abandoned villages, and a labor force so diminished that the entire economic system of the Middle Ages began to crumble. Feudalism, which had dominated European life for centuries, relied on a steady supply of peasants to work the land and provide rents and labor to the lords. When half of those peasants disappeared, the system lost its foundation almost overnight. Manors and estates that once thrived with agricultural production suddenly faced empty fields. Grain rotted in barns, vineyards went untended, and livestock multiplied beyond the capacity of the surviving workers. Landowners, previously accustomed to dictating terms, were forced to negotiate with the few remaining peasants. A day of labor, once considered a negligible obligation, became a valuable commodity. Peasants began to demand wages, protections, and even freedoms previously unimaginable.
social leverage had shifted in ways that the feudal lords could neither ignore nor easily resist. In some regions, this shift sparked immediate unrest. Peasants realized that scarcity gave them bargaining power. Rebellions, slow at first but increasingly widespread, emerged in towns and countryside alike. Authorities attempted to suppress these uprisings, but the reality was stark. The economy could not function without willing labor. Laws were enacted in some countries attempting to cap wages and restrict mobility, but enforcement was often impossible. Laborers simply moved to areas that offered better pay or more security, leaving behind landowners frustrated and powerless.
Urban centers were not immune to this transformation. Cities had long depended on surrounding rural labor to supply goods, food, and services. As rural populations dwindled, urban economies faced shortages of both artisans and agricultural products. Surviving workers became highly sought after, and guilds had to adjust to a smaller pool of skilled labor. In many towns, wages rose dramatically, and the balance of economic power shifted, even within city walls. Mobility, scarcity, and negotiation became central to the new social order. The psychological impact on the elite was profound. Lords and nobles, accustomed to absolute authority, were forced to adapt to the new realities of scarcity. Fields could not be worked without peasant labor. Estates could not produce without skilled artisans. The illusion of power, maintained for generations through coercion and custom, was shattered by demographic catastrophe. Even ceremonial authority lost weight in the face of practical necessity. Negotiation, compromise, and pragmatism became unavoidable. Peasant life, meanwhile, transformed in response to opportunity. Survivors leveraged scarcity to improve living conditions, gain personal freedoms, or acquire land. Villages reorganized to accommodate smaller populations, often consolidating households and redistributing plots. Traditional obligations, labor services, feudal dues and rents were renegotiated or reduced. The economic and social mobility of surviving peasants marked a radical departure from the rigidity of pre-plague feudal society. Religious institutions also faced challenges. The clergy suffered high mortality rates, leaving parishes understaffed and religious authority weakened. Monasteries and churches lost donors and laborers, and the balance between spiritual authority and practical survival shifted. Communities increasingly relied on self-governments and local adaptation to fill the gaps left by institutional disruption. Even spiritual hierarchy became partially contingent on practical ability, not merely inherited or appointed authority.
The plague's influence extended to marriage, family, and demographic patterns. Surviving adults faced opportunities to negotiate advantageous marriages, acquire property, or move into new social positions. Population scarcity reshaped familial structures, inheritance practices, and household composition. Communities adapted to reduced numbers by emphasizing survival, cooperation, and flexibility. The very fabric of social life, kinship, labor,
and authority shifted in response to demographic shock. Education and skill transmission were affected as well. With many craftsmen and artisans gone, apprenticeship systems adapted. Surviving workers trained multiple apprentices or combined trades, ensuring economic activity could continue with fewer hands. Knowledge, previously rigidly structured within guilds or estates, became more flexible, and survival depended on adaptability. Economic innovation, pragmatic problem-solving, and flexibility emerged as central strategies for both survival and long-term prosperity. Even culture and folklore reflected the collapse of feudal rigidity. Stories, ballads, and visual depictions increasingly focused on mortality, scarcity, and social mobility. Skeletons, death carts, and depictions of peasant assertiveness became symbols of the new reality. These narratives preserved lessons, subtle warnings, and cultural memory, ensuring that the social consequences of the Black Death were encoded in collective consciousness. By the 1360s, decades after the initial waves, Europe had undergone profound transformation. Feudal obligations were reduced, wages rose, laborers enjoyed greater mobility, and aristocratic power had been curtailed in practical terms. The Black Death did not merely kill people. It reshaped the economic, social, and cultural foundations of medieval Europe. Societies learned, adapted, and gradually constructed new structures that reflected the changed demographic reality. Scarcity had created opportunity, mortality had redefined authority, and survival had necessitated flexibility.
As the years passed, the consequences of labor scarcity became increasingly visible across Europe. Peasant revolts, long suppressed by feudal authority, emerged more frequently and with greater intensity. In England, the Peasants' Revolt of 1381 was a direct consequence of these demographic and economic pressures. Laborers, emboldened by scarcity and higher wages, refused to accept outdated restrictions or punitive taxes. They demanded freedom of movement, fair pay, and a voice in local governance. While the revolt was ultimately suppressed, it demonstrated that the balance of power had shifted irrevocably. Feudal lords could no longer rely solely on hereditary authority. Practical leverage now belonged to those who survived. Urban centers experienced a parallel transformation. Cities, such as Florence, Bruges, and Paris, previously dependent on a steady supply of rural labor, had to adapt quickly to workforce shortages. Artisan guilds adjusted their training structures, often consolidating multiple trades to ensure continuity of production. Surviving workers gained significant negotiating power. Wages rose, apprenticeships became more flexible, and labor mobility increased. Urban economies, though initially disrupted, gradually stabilized under this new balance, with economic adaptation mirroring the broader societal shifts taking place in the countryside. The cultural landscape also reflected the upheaval. Literature, art, and folklore absorbed the lessons of the Black Death. Visual depictions of death, skeletons, plague carts, and decimated villages became common, serving as both moral lesson and cultural memory. Ballads and stories chronicled the assertion of peasant rights,
the vulnerabilities of nobles, and the unpredictability of life. Art, previously focused on religious or aristocratic subjects, increasingly depicted mortality, social disruption, and the new prominence of the common people. Cultural memory preserved both fear and adaptation, ensuring that future generations internalized the lessons of scarcity, labor leverage, and societal flexibility.
Family structures and inheritance practices adapted as well. With many households partially or completely decimated, survivors inherited property and resources previously inaccessible. Marriages were negotiated with greater attention to practical advantage rather than purely social or dynastic considerations. Communities reorganized to manage the reduced population, consolidating households, land holdings, and labor pools. Social networks became more pragmatic, prioritizing survival and resilience over rigid adherence to tradition. The demographic shock reshaped the very architecture of family life across Europe. Education and skill transmission were similarly affected. Craftsmanship and artisanal knowledge, concentrated in specific families or guilds, faced disruption due to mortality. Apprenticeships became more flexible, with surviving artisans often teaching multiple trades or adjusting training to ensure essential skills persisted. Economic resilience depended on flexibility, as communities needed to maintain production despite fewer workers. Innovation and problem-solving became embedded behaviors, reflecting the necessity of adaptation in the post-plague world. Religious institutions, while initially challenged by clergy mortality, also evolved. Surviving clergy assumed greater responsibilities, reorganized parishes, and adapted rituals to accommodate social and demographic change. Spiritual practice provided psychological stability, while practical adaptation ensured community survival. Pilgrimages resumed cautiously, and religious observances incorporated both commemoration of the dead and strategies for disease avoidance. Faith and practicality intertwined, reinforcing community cohesion while acknowledging the new social realities.
The psychological imprint of the Black Death endured for generations. Survivors, having witnessed extensive mortality, internalized behaviors oriented toward caution, observation, and practical negotiation. Communities codified routines of risk management, including isolation of the sick, careful handling of food and goods, and avoidance of crowded spaces. These behavioral norms persisted long after immediate outbreaks ceased, influencing social conduct, cultural expectations, and community planning for decades. Human adaptation, forged in crisis, became second nature. By the late 14th century, Europe had adjusted to the post-plague demographic and economic reality. Feudal structures persisted in name, but their practical power had diminished significantly. Peasants and laborers enjoyed greater mobility and negotiating leverage. Urban economies had stabilized under new labor dynamics. Cultural memory codified lessons of mortality and social adaptation. Communities had learned to balance fear, survival, and social negotiation. The Black Death, though devastating, had produced a society more flexible, more economically responsive,
and subtly more egalitarian than its pre-plague counterpart. The ripple effects extended beyond economics and labor. Legal codes, social customs, and civic institutions adapted to new demographic pressures. Laws restricting labor mobility were partially enforced at best, reflecting the impossibility of controlling populations in crisis. Municipal authorities developed rudimentary public health practices, including isolation and sanitation measures, informed by the experience of repeated outbreaks. These practices, though primitive, laid the groundwork for later approaches to urban management and epidemic response.
Even art and literature continued to reflect these social shifts. Mortality, scarcity, and the assertion of common people became recurring themes. Skeletons and Memento Mori imagery persisted as reminders of vulnerability and adaptation. Stories of peasant cleverness, negotiation, and occasional revolt circulated widely, preserving both cautionary and instructive lessons. Cultural production, therefore, served as both record and reinforcement of societal transformation, embedding behavioral and social lessons in everyday life. By the early 15th century, Europe had emerged from the initial demographic shock, but the legacies of the Black Death were permanent. Labor scarcity, social negotiation, urban adaptation, cultural memory, and psychological imprint all ensured that feudalism, while lingering, was fundamentally weakened. Surviving populations had developed resilience, adaptive strategies, and a pragmatic approach to authority that permanently altered the medieval social order. The epidemic, in its death and devastation, had created the conditions for social mobility, economic innovation, and cultural evolution.
As the decades progressed, the consequences of the Black Death continued to reshape European society in ways that were slow but irreversible. Peasant revolts, initially sporadic and localized, became more frequent and structured as laborers realized the leverage granted to them by scarcity. In England, France, and parts of Italy, uprisings challenged traditional hierarchies. While many revolts were suppressed violently, the underlying reality was impossible to reverse. Lords could not restore labor to pre-plague numbers, and economic necessity forced concessions. This combination of rebellion, negotiation, and scarcity accelerated the decline of the feudal system. The economic shifts were equally profound. Wages for peasants and laborers remained elevated relative to pre-plague norms, giving surviving workers a measure of bargaining power previously unimaginable. Guilds and craft associations in urban centers adjusted to reduced numbers, often consolidating trades and reorganizing apprenticeships to ensure continuity. Skilled labor became more mobile and more valuable, which encouraged movement between towns and regions. Even landlords, whose wealth had traditionally depended on rigid control of labor, had to adjust to a marketplace in which labor itself was a scarce commodity with agency and negotiating power. Demographic recovery was uneven. Rural areas, in particular, experienced slow population growth as communities adapted to smaller numbers. Abandoned villages were consolidated into neighboring settlements, and farmland was either redistributed or left fallow. In cities, surviving populations reorganized, often resulting in denser but more structured urban environments.
Labor shortages led to innovation in agriculture and production, as communities sought to maintain output with fewer hands. This included mechanization where feasible, adjustment of crop patterns, and more strategic use of available labor. Economic and demographic pressures intertwined to produce a Europe that was both more cautious and more flexible than before.
Culturally, the Black Death influenced attitudes toward mortality, wealth, and authority. Art and literature frequently reflected death and social disruption, often through allegory or memento mori symbolism. Chroniclers documented not only the horrors of the epidemic, but also the emerging social dynamics, including peasant mobility, labor negotiation, and urban adaptation. These accounts served both as cautionary tales and as guides to understanding the new social order. Religious institutions also adjusted. Clergy mortality forced consolidation of parishes, simplification of rituals, and increased reliance on lay leadership for practical community functions. Peasant revolts, while sometimes suppressed, demonstrated the permanent shift in social power. In England, for example, the peasants' revolt forced the monarchy and local authorities to negotiate more cautiously with laborers. Even in regions where uprisings failed, landowners recognized that coercion alone could no longer ensure compliance. Scarcity, combined with the psychological impact of surviving such widespread mortality, had fundamentally altered the social contract. Laborers and peasants, aware of their newfound leverage, were more willing to resist oppressive practices and seek improved conditions. Authority became conditional, dependent on negotiation rather than simply inheritance. The decline of feudalism also intersected with urban economic growth. Towns and cities benefiting from skilled labor and trade became centers of opportunity for those escaping rural obligations. Urban economies adapted to labor scarcity through guild restructuring, multi-trade apprenticeship programs, and strategic hiring. Artisans and merchants leveraged their positions to influence both local governance and regional trade. Cities, long dependent on rural labor, now competed to attract skilled workers, further undermining the traditional feudal hierarchy. The economic shift reinforced social mobility as surviving workers gained both financial independence and leverage over local elites.
Long-term, the Black Death reshaped inheritance and family structures. With high mortality, property and land were redistributed, often allowing surviving peasants to acquire holdings that would have been previously unattainable. Marriage patterns shifted toward pragmatism, with alliances formed for practical, economic, or survival-oriented reasons rather than solely for social prestige. Household composition adjusted to demographic reality, often combining extended families, neighbors, or unrelated survivors into functional units capable of sustaining labor and production. Communities became more fluid, and social cohesion depended increasingly on practical cooperation rather than rigid hierarchical obligation. The psychological and cultural impact of these changes persisted for generations. Survivors carried forward awareness of mortality, risk, and opportunity. Communities codified behaviors that reinforced survival, including cautious interaction, adaptive labor practices, and pragmatic negotiation with authority figures. Cultural memory, preserved through art, literature, and oral tradition, documented not only death and disruption, but also resilience, adaptation, and the assertion of human agency in the face of catastrophe. These lessons influenced social norms and behavioral expectations well beyond the immediate post-plague period.
Religious institutions, while initially weakened, adjusted to the new demographic and social environment. Clergy mortality forced simplification of rituals, reliance on lay leadership, and redistribution of responsibilities. Pilgrimages resumed cautiously, and religious practice incorporated both spiritual guidance and practical measures for community stability. Faith continued to provide psychological and social cohesion, but it now existed alongside a pragmatic recognition of human agency and the necessity of negotiation. Spiritual authority was balanced by practical reality. By the 15th century, Europe had largely stabilized after the demographic shock. Feudalism, while still nominally present, was fundamentally weakened. Economic systems had adapted to labor scarcity, social hierarchies had shifted, and cultural memory preserved the lessons of mortality and negotiation. Surviving populations had developed resilience, behavioral adaptation, and practical approaches to authority. The Black Death, though devastating, had created the conditions for a more flexible, economically responsive, and socially mobile Europe. Scarcity had forced adaptation, mortality had redefined power, and survival had necessitated both pragmatism and subtle innovation.
As Europe entered the 15th century, the consequences of the Black Death were firmly embedded in society. Feudal hierarchies had been destabilized, but the changes went far beyond labor and economics. Political structures, social expectations, and cultural norms had shifted in subtle yet profound ways. Lords and monarchs, who had previously exercised near absolute authority over their lands, discovered that practical power was now conditional, reliant on cooperation with surviving populations, rather than mere inheritance or coercion. One of the most visible changes was in governance. Local authorities, recognizing the importance of negotiation and pragmatism, adjusted policies to account for labor scarcity and social mobility. Wages and service obligations were often codified, and enforcement of old feudal dues became more flexible. Monarchs, while still symbolically powerful, found that maintaining control required acknowledgement of economic realities. Policies that ignored the scarcity of labor often failed, leading to unrest or flight of workers. In practical terms, power had shifted from landowning elites to a more distributed and conditional model, in which economic leverage mattered as much as legal or hereditary authority. Peasant revolts, previously rare, had established a precedent that could not be ignored. Even after suppression, these uprisings influenced policy and social negotiation. Landowners, aware that coercion was increasingly ineffective, often opted for compromise. Laborers demanded, and sometimes obtained, legal recognition of freedoms, fair wages, and mobility rights. In regions like England, Italy, and France, these adjustments gradually eroded the practical foundations of feudal authority. By the mid-15th century, the balance of power in many communities reflected a dynamic interplay between scarcity,
negotiation, and survival, rather than strict hierarchical control.
Urban centers continued to grow in influence. Cities became hubs of economic resilience, attracting skilled labor and promoting trade. Guilds played a critical role in stabilizing production, often integrating multiple trades and managing apprenticeship systems to ensure continuity despite population losses. Urban populations, benefiting from mobility and scarcity, had leverage over local authorities, landlords, and even monarchs. This shift marked a profound change in European society. While feudal titles and ceremonial authority persisted, practical governance increasingly depended on negotiation with laborers, artisans, and merchants. Cultural life also reflected the upheaval. Art, literature, and folklore documented mortality, labor scarcity, and the assertion of the common people. Stories emphasized resilience, negotiation, and adaptation. Visual depictions, plague imagery, skeletons, and symbols of death served as reminders of both vulnerability and social change. Chroniclers and writers preserved accounts of peasant revolts, labor negotiation, and the altered social contract, embedding lessons into collective memory. Even religious narratives adapted, blending spiritual guidance with recognition of practical necessity. Religion itself remained influential, but its role shifted in practical terms. Clergy mortality had necessitated restructuring, simplification of rituals, and increased reliance on lay leadership. Pilgrimage and communal observances continued, but were often adjusted to accommodate demographic realities and social disruption. Spiritual authority coexisted with emerging practical and social power among surviving laborers and communities. The balance between faith and pragmatism became a defining feature of post-plague society. Economic adaptation persisted long after the immediate crisis. Scarcity drove innovation, efficiency, and restructuring of labor systems. Surviving workers leveraged their position to improve wages, working conditions, and personal freedoms. Urban economies integrated more flexible trade practices, guild structures, and labor organization. Rural areas consolidated households and land holdings to maintain productivity. These long-term economic adaptations ensured not only survival, but also gradual recovery and sustained resilience. Europe, scarred by the pandemic, had become more adaptable and responsive to demographic and labor realities. Demographic recovery, while ongoing, continued to shape society. Surviving families expanded cautiously, with attention to labor needs and social cohesion. Villages and towns reorganized to accommodate reduced populations, often merging smaller settlements and redistributing resources. Inheritance patterns adjusted to demographic shifts, enabling previously marginalized individuals to gain property or influence. Social mobility, previously restricted by rigid hierarchical structures, became increasingly possible.
Population scarcity, while tragic, created opportunities for adaptation, negotiation, and redistribution of wealth and authority. The long-term consequences of the Black Death extended to legal and political frameworks. Laws regulating labor, mobility, and property reflected lessons learned from scarcity and revolt. Monarchs and local authorities recognized the limits of coercive power and increasingly relied on negotiated agreements to maintain social and economic stability. The erosion of feudal obligations was codified in practical policies, even as ceremonial and symbolic hierarchies persisted. Authority had become conditional, dependent on economic leverage and social compliance, marking a fundamental transformation in governance.
Ultimately, the Black Death did not simply kill millions, it redefined European society. Feudalism, once the bedrock of medieval life, was permanently weakened. Laborers gained leverage, urban centers grew in influence, and cultural memory codified lessons of mortality, adaptation, and social negotiation. Economic, social, and political structures adjusted to the new demographic reality, creating a more flexible, responsive, and pragmatically governed Europe. Scarcity, mortality, and survival had forced innovation, negotiation, and adaptation on every level of society. The medieval world had changed irreversibly. The end of feudalism, however gradual, set the stage for future transformations. Social mobility increased, economic structures adapted to labor realities, and governance incorporated practical negotiation alongside inherited authority. Cultural memory preserved the lessons of mortality, resilience, and adaptation. Communities had learned to navigate scarcity, mortality, and social change. Europe, once rigid and hierarchical, emerged more dynamic, pragmatic, and capable of responding to both crisis and opportunity. The legacy of the Black Death, etched into every field, town, and household, ensured that the Middle Ages would give way to a world shaped not only by inherited authority, but also by survival, negotiation, and human resilience.